Here we are, back at the lodge at Crimson. Hello, everybody. We'll catch you later, Goblin. But everybody else, hello. Let's see if I can figure out what the heck to do here. So we got stuck on playing billiards. You did a cue first. Right. I need a cue. Get cue. Hey, playing billiards. That's the spirit, Nancy. Come and hit a few balls with me. Let's play pool. Okay, so how about you get us started? So play pool does the same thing as play billiards. Seems to be the same thing. Yeah. Oh, wow, you know what? How about you just practice a bit? I'll give you some pointers. You really don't give us a lot of pointers, just the same thing over and over. So definitely it is the cue ball that we need to get. In order... And all he does is touch it a little bit, but puts it back in place after the two others. So it just repeats itself no matter what. I mean, that's what happened yesterday. Ask about rules? No. These billiard balls, don't know what they're made of. All I know is my pa used to brag about how they weren't made of ivory. Some kind of artificial material. I forget what it's called. Hit ball. Try to follow it through more. Ah, gotcha. My goodness, this is trickier than it looks. You'll be playing like a pro in no time. Oh, I'll get the cue ball. Thanks, Nancy. You pick up the cue ball, careful not to disturb its surface too much. Ah, so I needed to hit it into the pocket, what he said not to do. Ah, should have realized. It just suddenly dawned on to me that he said the rules is not to scratch, which is put in the pocket. Now, soot ball. Aha! Powdering the cue ball reveals a fingerprint. Nice and clear. Fantastic work. You're pleased to see a clear fingerprint on the cue ball's surface. The pool cue seems to be made of hard rock maple with a layered pig leather tip. Upon a closer inspection, you conclude the pool cue is definitely made of hard rock maple, prized for its stiffness and straight grain. The same trees that are used for pool cues are tapped for maple syrup. Some of the best come from Quebec. Interesting. You can make out a clear fingerprint on the surface of the cue ball. This is Mr. Richards' fingerprint and a rather good example, if I do say so myself.
We'll need a lot more hemp before we're through.
Now I need to lift the print for my comparison. Hey, Specky. Tape. Ball. You tear off a piece of paper. Aha! This is a wonderful, clear example of Mr. Richards' fingerprint. Return ball. Before returning the cue ball to the billiard table, you wipe the cue ball clean using a fold in your skirt. Return cue. All right. So I need Kimmy's and Albert's. Those are the only two left. That was fun, Mr. Richards. Thanks. Sure thing, kid. So, how to get Kimmy's? She doesn't trust us that much. And the mug over there is what has her fingerprints. Can I just shoot the mug? Well, that's a good idea. You don't currently have Kimmy's mug. Quack. Duck, duck, goose. What? Oh, Nancy, it was just you. That sounds like a good quality duck call. I've done a bit of mouth calling myself. Yeah, it certainly sounds like a duck. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We're certainly not getting any fingerprints from him, because he refuses to give us any fingerprints. Those are Albert's books. He wouldn't appreciate that. How are we going to get his fingerprint, though? There is no window in here. That's a painting. Stab it with an ice pick and take his prints. Two problems solved. Well, we don't want him dead. We want to catch him alive. Could there be something else here that the Kimmy would have touched? We cannot do anything with the suitcase for some reason, even though that is in the one of the obvious places where Kimmy would have her fingerprints on. But the game just doesn't want to. You've already lifted the fingerprint from the curio cabinet. Yep, cannot just use the command to get the fingerprint from the suitcase. Maybe there's something else in the kitchen that I missed. With the soul shaker, could be anybody. That's what we established. His fingerprint I got from the cookie. I can't go outside, it's too dark. Besides, I cannot get behind the conservatory anyway. It wouldn't be close enough. My goodness, it's dark as anything out there. I have no need to go out this way right now. See? But I don't think cracking here would call her out. Wah, wah, wah. See? Nothing. These are the two of the toughest ones to get. Let's think. I mean, the mug is the obvious one for Kimmy, but how do we get Kimmy out? I'd heard there were nesting cormorants in this region. Nowadays, they're rare. Fishermen kill them because they think the birds eat up all the fish, but it's not true. Poor things. They don't prey on the same fish that fishermen seek. This is a misconception. The sturdy stoneware teapot is full of piping hot tea. Kimmy probably wouldn't like it if I took the teapot. Besides, stoneware is heavy. It's full of tea, making it even heavier. I just need to refill her mug at the appropriate time. I need to refill her mug with the cold water? Hey, Ossical. You fill the drinking glass with water from the tap. You fill the drinking glass with water. You admire the brilliant shine of the squeaky clean drinking glass. I could use this drinking glass to dissolve the rock salt. You drop this rock salt into the water in the drinking glass. You wait a little bit, and the rock salt should have been dissolved by now. Hey, Veritansi. There's salty water in the glass. Okay, we got salty water in the glass. Okay. Don't think the salty water might be the solution here. It feels like that the rock salt is used for something else. Just for what? There's some kind of a mineralogy puzzle going with that rock salt that we got from the bag outside. So I knew need to do something with the teapot, right? That's what I'm figuring here out. I can't just dump this water on the floor. You dump the water out of the blue mug. Cold, okay. So Kimi's mug is the key. I need to get it. But I need to do something with her mug in order to get it. The water trick didn't work. So I don't need to pour anything into her mug. What if I now switch mug? Replace mug. It's not a switcheroo. Can I make the tea cold somehow? Do I need to add something to her mug? What can I add into her drink? I mean, I used the rock salt already. Add water to mug. No. Is there something that I missed somewhere? I missed out something. What did I miss? I mean, there's the Schult shaker. Celadon plate and green grayish brighter. What is it that I missed? That is the question. Where and what? No, we don't need the kettle in here at all. It's all about her mug. I need to put something into Kimmy's mug to get rid of her. So I can get the mug. And apparently I missed out on something somewhere. I mean, can I get some ice? Huh. There. I got ice. There are irregular chips of ice you chipped off of the ice block from the ice box. Peering through the loop, you can see the tool marks you made with the ice pick, chipping the ice off the ice block. It reminds me of the tool marks in rock specimens. Put ice in mug. You patiently wait until Kimmy sets her mug down. While Kimmy is distracted by her conversation with Nathan, you surreptitiously slip the ice chips into her mug. Oh dear, my tea's gone cold. Let me freshen up your cup of tea, Kimmy. Thanks, Nancy. Soot mug. Aha! Powdering Kimmy's mug reveals a fingerprint. Kimmy's mug is about 1/3 full of cold tea. A faint fingerprint on the side of the mug. Oops, I should probably lift that fingerprint from the mug before Kimmy smudges it. Aha! Applying soot to Kimmy's mug has revealed her fingerprint. Tape fingerprint. Clean mug. That's Jack's job. Clean Kimmy's mug. Okay. Refill mug. You pour hot tea into Kimmy's mug. Here you go, Kimmy. Nice and hot again. Thanks so much. There we go. Oh, what's this greasy black stuff on my fingers? Gotta go. That's why I said to clean the mug up, Nancy. Nancy the nuns. Actually, nuns is with an O, not a U. Eh. She's an nincompoop. You are the toughest. As clean as could be. It doesn't look like Albert has used this at all. He really should drink more water. I can imagine. Can't look at the books. Well, we can look things, but we cannot do anything with them. There's nothing on the suitcase, nothing on the chest. The glass and the pitcher are squeaky clean. The other thing that I can think of him touching is the suitcase or the chests in some ways, but we cannot. Hey, Eldridge. No, thank you. No, he doesn't want salt water. I thought it was easy. I'm having trouble with this. Would you like some Jordan almonds? Oh, right. Maybe a few. You give Albert a few of your Jordan almonds. Don't worry, you still have lots. You have very deep pockets. Thank you. Those delicious sweet and Jordan almonds have got me quite thirsty. Do me a favor, fill my drinking glass from that pitcher and hand it to me, miss. As you hand the full drinking glass to Albert, you stealthily wipe its surface of your fingerprints. Ah, thank you. Albert drinks the water in one gulp and hands the drinking glass back to you. That was a lot easier than I expected. You carefully receive the glass, making sure not to touch the areas where he held it. Now, soot the glass. Tape. Fingerprint. Finally, I've taped everyone's fingerprints, plus fingerprints from the crime scenes. Compare fingerprints to see if you can draw any useful conclusions. I'll do that outside. Save conclusions. Could also have given him salty cookies. Ah. Well, almonds are pretty dry. Especially these hard ones, apparently. The walkthrough I was looking at said, put salt on the cookie and give it to Albert to make him thirsty. Ah. Well, I'm glad that there's two solutions. Salty cookie or the almonds. Flush with success, you rush to your bedroom and eagerly spread out your complete set of fingerprint samples on the low coffee table. After comparing the complete set of fingerprints, you're able to conclude... Amazing! The fingerprints from the jewelry box and the curio cabinet match the fingerprint you obtained from Margot. Aha! Margot was the culprit behind both crimes. I should confront her with my findings. Huh. That wasn't field work, but it was pretty satisfying. Margot, I know you stole Nessa's ruby brooch and the silver steins. I know that Nessa is a little difficult, but this isn't the way to deal with her. Please let me help you set things right. She would take everything. Yes, I smashed the curio, but though it broke my heart to do it. But the silver wedding steins are even more precious. I saved them and gave them to someone I trust for safekeeping. Nessa would sell them as soon as she was back in the city. At the very least, she would take your share and sell one of the steins, splitting the set. She doesn't understand why that shouldn't happen. She's vile and heartless. Why should I want to set things right? When I needed things set right, no one helped me. That woman deserves everything that bad that comes to her, and more. You may be right about that. But you deserve better than to be a thief. That isn't who you are. Margot, the brooch at least? Will you let me give back her brooch? Fine. The brooch is hers after all. It's in my walk-in closet. I'll tell you where it is. Why? Why must the world be as it is? Nancy. I think she's been poisoned now. Margot? Are you okay? Margot? You hurry downstairs to tell Mr. Richards about Margot's sudden decline. I have my own stinger music to use. Mr. Richards, come quick! There's something wrong with Margot! What? It wasn't rat poison, but again, it was a fly paper bag, a box of fly paper. Not rat poison. You're natural. By the time you and Mr. Richards arrive in the master bedroom, Margot's body is already cooling. The commotion soon brings Nathan and Jack to the room. Nathan's eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything. Jack looks shocked and a bit remorseful. The three men can gently carry Margot down to the root cellar and lay her out on a long wooden table. It's shocking to see Margot lying dead on the table. The kindness and warmth that once lit up her face are gone forever. Nathan and Jack stand there, staring down at the earthen floor. No one seems to know what to do. What can be done, after all? After a long while, Mr. Richards exhales heavily and speaks. Go do what you need to, then head out to the station to notify the authorities. Not like there's any rush now, is there? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Ethan. Not Ethan, but Evan. Yep. Excuse us, miss. Mr. Richards slumps on the stool, his head bowed. He doesn't look at Margot. It's almost like he can't. Oh, Mr. Richards. What's going on here? Type review to review your investigative goals. Chapter 4. Tensions. Episode 6. Review. I wonder if Margot was poisoned, how it could have happened. Something she ate? Drank? I should examine Margot's body. Maybe I can find something that will be useful. This is the lodge's root cellar. It's a few degrees cooler than the rest of the house, making it ideal for storing a wide variety of supplies with which to provision the lodge. There's a set of stairs in the east wall leading upwards. The shelves contain an array of root vegetables, as well as jarred and bottled goods. There are sacks full of apples and potatoes. My goodness, Jack has done such a wonderful job with his little vegetable patch. Margot is here. Evan is here. Margot is dead. I'm so sorry, Mr. Richards. Thanks, Nancy. Evan Richards is a husky, weather-beaten man in his mid-60s. He owns Crimson Lodge, although his sister Nessa might have something to say about that. He seems gruff and bothered about having his wildlife idol disturbed, which isn't that unusual considering he is a recluse. Evan is lost in his thoughts. His shoulders droop and his head hangs down. Margot's body has been temporarily laid to rest on a long wooden table. Oh, Margot.
He's dead.
You want to have a look? I'm gonna have a drink. Put Margot in tea mug. He determinedly decided to take a closer look at Margot's body. Type exit or click the exit button to stop your examination. You pull away the sheet covering Margot. Your desire to understand what happened outweighs your squeamishness. Despite Margot's panic at the final moments, she now appears peaceful. A closer inspection of Margot's lips revealed no additional information. But having drawn closer to her mouth to get a closer look, you do detect an unusual odor emanating from it. You detect a distinct garlicky smell around Margot's mouth. That's strange. I don't remember seeing Margot eating any garlic. Come to think of it, Jack hasn't cooked us any meals using garlic. Maybe it was an allergic reaction. That she's allergic to garlic and somebody found out and used that to poison her. It's a possibility. Margot's eyes are closed and shouldn't be disturbed. Besides, what would I do if I couldn't close them again? That would not benefit from closer examination. Intense scrutiny of Margot's skin reveals no bruises or abrasions, but you do find some rough scaly areas on her hands and feet, darkened areas and red patchy lesions on her lower legs. What if these skin problems have something to do with her aches and pains? That certainly sounds like an allergic reaction. You're surprised to find that Margot's impeccably coiffed hair is hiding some thinning areas and a few bald patches. Huh. Unusual odor in Margot's mouth. Margot's mouth smells of garlic. Found lesions in Margot's skin, and the hair was thinning and falling out. Margot has lovely facial proportions. She was truly a beauty. It admired the majestic arch of the helix, the delicate shell-like folds of the concha, and the graceful dip of the intertragal notch. Very nice. Upon closer inspections, Margot's nose appears enviably poreless. Sounds like she was in a bad way for a while. Yeah. I mean, thinning hair and bald spots, that means that she's had hair loss, which and all the lesions and such. It wasn't, I mean, with the garlic, that is definitely that she was poisoned with the possible reaction to the garlic, but it seems like she had radiation sickness. But then again, it could be scurvy or something, yeah. Arsenic poisoning. Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, with the almonds that they have, that is a way of getting yourself arsenic. Or with the flypaper, that would be poisonous as well. So definitely she has been poisoned slowly. Over the couple of days. Upon closer inspection, the fabric looks a little threadbare with telltale signs of repair. The pockets in particular appear to have been mended a few times. You find a small silver key in one of Margot's pockets. Carefully replace the sheet covering Margot. I think that's all that we can get from this. Examined Margot. Yep. Oh, right. I wonder what this opens. A small silver key. The small silver key. 3 braids of garlic hang on the shelves. According to Evan, Jack and Nathan will eventually be going to the train station. Wonder if I can catch them and ask him a few questions before they head out. Find Jack and Nathan. I just checked the symptoms from Wiki since I can't remember what it said for the poison in the fly killer packet and arsenic matches. Found Nathan right here in the chat. Not that Nathan. He's Native Australian, not Native American. I lost my train of thought. What was I doing? Right. Key. Evan is alternating between deeply inhaling the perfumed air of the boudoir and taking sips out of a glass in his hand. She was my gal. Who would have thought she'd be gone before me? If you want to know more about Margot, I can't help you. I knew who she was when she was here. As for what came before, that didn't concern me. I never asked. You don't possess the appropriate key for the trunk. Alright. So it doesn't open that. What would it open? Please don't mess with Margot's things. Oh, sorry, Mr. Richards. There's an expensive-looking leather suitcase at the foot of the bed, closest to the window. Locked tight. You try the silver key in the blue trunk's padlock. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit. The blue trunk has a big padlock on it that requires a key which you don't have. Doesn't fit. Then what does it open? There aren't that many locked things around here. Also, now we don't know where the brooch is. I must have forgotten to lock my door. I'm busy, miss. Run along. Can I tell about Margot? Margot is so elegant and courteous. She is a gracious hostess. And she's also dead. Miss Maple, I'm hot at work and require peace and quiet. Oh, I'll stay out of your way. Ooh, right. I forgot to empty the glass. Some of the rock salt doesn't seem to have melted. Strange. You remove the undissolved rocks and put them in your pocket. Bizarrely, some of the crystals you got from the bag of rock salt didn't dissolve in water. These tiny colorless minerals from the salt sample aren't salt, as they didn't dissolve in water. The insoluble crystals look a little like octahedrons. But these are a little too small for me to examine it properly with my loupe. I'll need to take these back to the museum and get them under a microscope. What an unpleasant complication. Marco had to die, and at such an inconvenient time. It certainly wasn't what I was expecting. I wonder. Never mind that right now. Help me jimmy this desk drawer open. I'm starting to think Father never made a will after all. He was always such a grand dreamer and never very organized. Nothing in here but bits and bobs and newspaper clippings. We have our contingency plan. I'm not concerned. I'm stepping outside for a cig. I'll keep searching for a little while longer, but I've got to meet Albert in the gazebo soon. He seems like he's willing to help us with Plan B for a price. Good. You don't hear anything notable coming from the study right now. So they are the ones who called Albert here. Yep. What kind of a plan do they have? Feels like Nessa had nothing to do with Marco's death, even though she is #1 suspect in my mind. But maybe she told somebody else to poison her in some ways. But it happened too soon. What do you want? I'm just tidying up in here. Evan's lazy, Jack's lazy. They lack the will to do what needs done. Sure they do. Don't look at anything. Don't touch anything. I'm busy here. Okay, Nessa. Bitch. Talk with bitch. Bitch. Apparently, if I say anything, she's gonna... Hey, Avisor. This is pretty much a carbon copy. Well, the map layout and everything, and even how Nancy looks, it's like a Colonel's bequest. But it's its own thing, and it's wonderful. Corvus is sitting on a bench, relaxing. How are you doing, Corvus? I'm doing just fine, Miss Maple. I'm not surprised. Women like her often mean ignoble death ends. What do you mean by that? I'm sure a nice girl like you wouldn't understand. Try me. She's in the study, tidying up. Uh-huh. Hey, Targor. Mrs. Crab hired me to help her deal with the legal implications of the situation determined to non-Harrison. Alright. Where could they be? I would have thought that one of them would be at the... Kimmy is here. Oop. Kimmy Kishiro is a petite Asian lady in her late 30s. She's ruggedly dressed in knickerbockers and sensible shoes. She seems shy and doesn't reveal much about herself. During the train ride, you managed to glean that her family emigrated from Japan in the 1870s. Kimmy's half concealed behind a tree. She appears to be waiting and watching for something. Kimmy? Eek! Oh dear, sorry to startle you. Why are you lurking, Kimmy? Lurking? I'm just looking for owls. Oh. I thought I might be able to see great horned owls, or even short-eared owls, because it's still summer. Or great gray owls. They are the largest in Ontario. Good luck. You can't say you can't use good in this game. Okay, bad luck then. Oops. Looks like I stumbled onto a conversation. Maybe I approach from a different direction. We'll talk later. We aren't alone anymore. What are you guys up to? Just getting some fresh air. Really? Well, I found some interesting samples on the riverbank this afternoon. Actually, I used a trowel to dig into the dirt. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found anything. Is that so? Can we have a look? Of course. You show the samples you collected from the river to Nathan and Jack. They inspect the samples intensely and exchange meaningful looks. What do you think? Very nice, Nancy. These are white garnets. Pretty big ones, too. Siree, very pretty. Maybe get them set in silver when you're back in the city. White garnets? Are you sure? Yes, very sure. Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Excuse me, I have to go to the carriage house and prepare the automobile for Jack's drive to the train station. Thanks, Nat. Of course. Good evening. Nice night for a walk, isn't it? Sure is, Jack. Darn it, I missed talking to Nathan. I ought to find him and question him before he leaves. What I'm doing is none of your business. Stay out of my way. Bitch. Well, I certainly like her a lot better now. Of course you do. Oh, he's upset about Margot. That relationship was never going to end well. I'm the elder child. By rights, this place should belong to me. I'll find our father's will, no matter how hard Evan tries to get in my way. But that's none of your business. Thanks for telling me that it's none of my business after you've told me all the business. I can hear Jack and Nathan talking, but the sound of the river is making it hard to hear them. I wonder what they're up to. Can't just toss this in the river like we used to. More's the pity. If Mr. Richards hadn't hurt his back trying to take this all on himself, I wish he'd asked for help before it came to that. With all the extra scrutiny lately, he can use all the help he can get. Like for us, it was mostly overcast last night. No moonlight, no sparkles. Lucky for us. I think that's all for now. Good thing there were no big ones tonight. Agreed. Meet you in the carriage house. Yeah, I'll dump these in the smokehouse as usual. See you soon. So they are finding diamonds. Hey, Jack! Ah! What were you guys up to? Me and Ned were just getting some fresh air. Really? I was getting samples from the riverbank this afternoon and it looked a lot like that. I found some interesting stuff. Oh yeah? Can I see? Of course. And show the samples you collected from the river to Jack. He scrutinizes them very closely. What do you think? You got yourself some white garnets for sure, and some pretty nice ones too. White garnets? Are you sure? Definitely, but if you wanted a second opinion, I could take them to show Nathan and ask him for you. How about it? That's okay, I'll keep them for now. Suit yourself. Darn it, I missed talking to Nathan. I ought to find him and question him before he leaves. Collecting something sparkly on the riverbank and hiding it in the smokehouse. So that's why we went to the smokehouse, to get some salt. So they are finding diamonds. And their whole scheme is that's why they closed the inn, because they probably found diamonds before this big diamond inside the fish caught the attention of the whole place. But they're hoping to close this place down so they can start their own business in here in secret. So they can get rich. I wonder if Vanessa has even any idea about this. Probably not, because she's still looking for the will. She just has no idea that there's actually a lot of money in this place. Jack, what are you looking for? I can help. Never mind. Never you mind. Rather late for you to be out, isn't it? It really looked like you and Nathan were looking for something on the riverbank. Well, Margot lost an earring here a while back. A pretty one. So sometimes when I've got time, I'll take a look. I see. I can't believe she's gone. What do you think happened to her? Jack shifts uncomfortably and seems reluctant to meet your gaze. I think we should let it be, Nancy. Evan is in a bad way right now. We should give him peace and not interfere. Nathan's helping me get the automobile ready for the drive to the train station. He's probably in the carriage house by now. Mr. Richards wants a telegram sent to the Rangers. If Nessa was a nicer person, I'd say the theft of our brooch was a real shame. A highfalutin fellow. A bit of a temper on that one, eh? Evan's father, Richard Sr., built this place. It's a real marvel. I'll live and work here. Couldn't ask for more. Train station's down in Crimson. The whole town was built up around it and mine. Jack, I think I smelled garlic in Margot's mouth when I was down in the root cellar. Nah, impossible. Margot never ate garlic. Maybe there's something that smells like garlic? I don't know. Jack, the box of flypaper is empty. I could have sworn that was a fresh box of the stuff. Ah, well, I'm a busy man. Must have slipped my mind. Looks like we're out. The plot is thickening so much you can create a brick with it. Yep. I mean, at first it was like a little bit of a jello, but now it's just thickening even more, becoming more solid. So it's gotta be a freaking gigantic rock candy that you're just trying to break. Gonna break it with your fist. I just realized I've seen someone play this and now I remember the ending and all. But don't you worry, not gonna tell a thing. What you can do, Veritas, is if you remember something, if I get stuck on a puzzle or something, you can help out when I ask for it. I mean, Eltris also knows this game, so he can help out too. Grims is not what it once was. I liked it as a busy boom town when I was a kid. Now I appreciate living peacefully. Mostly remember the plot and twists. You have a good night, Miss Maple. Thanks, Jack. You too. There's that. You don't hear any voices right now. Yes, you do. Good evening, Nathan. I thought that maybe you were Evan. Sometimes he likes to walk the grounds when he's troubled. I wonder where he is now. Evan gave me his father's automobile when it started needing constant maintenance. It had become a hassle for him to call on me to fix it at the lodge, so he said I could have it. It worked out for both of us. I got to own an automobile, which is a rarity up here, and Evan made room in his carriage house for a new one. I've never seen him like this. Please look out for him. Margot's death is shocking. She was a kind woman. It's a sad state of affairs. I've known Evan a long time. I've never seen him like this. He needs to grieve. Jack's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot. This is ranger business. I can take or leave garlic. Depends on how it's cooked. Those Nathans always being shady and all. I saw her walking around just north of here. She had no love for Margot, but even still, she's being pretty insensitive. Evan is her brother after all, and he's just suffered a terrible loss. She doesn't like birds, doesn't she? I saw him sitting on the bench outside. That bench has been there for many years. It was nice at first, but it hasn't been taken care of. It's splintery and warped and not a pleasant place to sit. Corvus seems to be the only one who enjoys sitting there. Yes, because he's prickly and an ass. He keeps to himself. Jack should be along shortly. He's been driving out to the train station to send a telegram about Margot's death. I seem to be the only one who's able to get the headlamps working at all, and even then it seems they won't stay that way. Jack should be along shortly. He may be in the bedroom he's sharing with Corvus, getting ready. He's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot's death. I'm just getting the automobile ready for him. Evan's father built this lodge. At the time, the government had bought a large swath of land from us for a pittance. Not that they had much choice in the matter. The government had surveyed the land and believed there was enough garnet to mine from the earth to build a huge industrial town to extract it. Over time, the government bought more and more land and built Crimson and the train station. But eventually, most settlers left as there wasn't as much garnet as everyone was expecting. The Richards family is the last of the settlers to remain. Their land contains valuable riverside property, not to mention a lake that is rich with fish. And a river rich with something sparkly, not water. Wink, 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 wink. The river flows fast and deep. Treat it with caution. Oh, there's Jack. Oh, Nancy, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Excuse me. I'm going to look for Evan. I can tell he's upset, but you know how he is. Always going off on his own, yeah. Maybe try the jetty? Thanks, I'll check there. I have a few other places in mind first. My meeting with Albert in the boathouse begins shortly. I will look for Evan after all. Good luck. He uses the force to close them. Come to me. Margot never ate garlic. Find Evan. Pardon me, Miss Maple. I'm expected elsewhere. Glad I opened the door for you. Have a good night, Nancy. Good night, Nathan. I wonder where everything's off to. Well, he just said that he would be going to a meeting. Oh, Nessa. Where's she going? What the? There's some strange puddles of liquid glistening in the moonlight. Liquid. Trail of small puddles seems to lead further south. The puddles of whiskey are staggered at irregular intervals, both on and off the path, almost as if whomever was responsible for them was also staggering. This doesn't bode well. Nope. Got a feeling Evan is super drunk. Ah, Nessa and Corvus seem to be having an intense conversation. If I can get closer, maybe I'll be able to hear what they're saying. You could see yourself behind an ideally situated apple tree. I won't be needing this anymore. Nessa takes a silver flask from her pocket and pours it all out onto the grass. What's that? Water adulterated with poison. I soaked flypaper in a glass jar and poured the liquid into my silver flask. Tossed the jars over the waterfall. Easy as pie. I didn't think it would be quite as effective. I was thinking it would be more gradual, less dramatic. The tart couldn't even die properly. But no matter. It could look suspicious and be investigated. What does it matter? There aren't any rangers around or any other form of law in this godforsaken place. But we don't want any more complications. This will all be over soon, but we'll need to be bold. I'm ready for the next step. Good. She did poison Margot. What a strange conversation. Nessa mentioned tossing some jars into the river by the waterfall. I should go to the waterfall and take a look. Yep. Yeah, what's the flypaper? The dining room is a bit chilly. There is a large puddle of liquid here soaking into the hardwood floor and under the double doors leading outside. So they came outside through this door. That's where it starts, the puddles. Ah, Mr. Richards, there you are. Mr. Richards? Eva doesn't acknowledge your presence. He looks lost in thought. Or maybe highly inebriated. Possibly both. Mr. Richards? What are you doing here? Mr. Richards ignores you and continues drinking. Riverbanks are prime locations for mineralogical samples. All sorts of minerals and precious metals can be found in rivers. Wouldn't it be something for there to be a crimson diamond rush? I suppose that would change things around here quite a bit. I'm pretty pleased with the sample I've already collected from the riverbank. I hear a rumbling in the distance. Is that thunder? Ah, it sounds like an automobile heading towards the carriage house. Is Jack back from the train station? Maybe I should head over there and see what's going on. Or I could head to the lodge and see what's going on there. Or we could go ahead and over to the waterfall first and check everything here. Ha ha ha! Look at that. Even from here, you can feel the chill of the racing water. Look down. There's something there. Look at it. You see, the mist from the waterfall has made the moss wet and slippery. There's a glass jar bobbing in the furiously churning water. You can just barely make out a flask of yellow inside the jar. A flash of yellow inside the jar. I need to find a safe way to get closer. Tie rope to tree. Tie rope to waist. I'm not walking around with this rope tied around me. Get jar. You take the glass jar. Untie rope. Untie rope. Get rope. In your enthusiasm to secure the rope to the tree, you created a series of utterly undoable knots. That's okay, the rope has done its part. That's true. The jar you retrieved from the raging river. Inside is a damp strip of flypaper. This looks like one of Jack's jam jars. So no wonder he ran out of jam. She took a couple of, well, at least one of those jars and emptied it to put this. Closer inspection reveals a white powder residue at the bottom of the jar, a strip of damp flypaper inside the jar, and a small oily spot on the outside of the jar. Distinct fingerprint. Fringe. Fingerprint. Upon even closer examination of the fingerprint on the jam jar and compare it to the rest of the collection, you conclude, aha! This fingerprint belongs to Nessa. Go to the dining room when ready. Look that jam jar, retrieve glass jar, examine jam jar, found white residue inside, dust the jam jar for fingerprints, dust the jam jar for fingerprints, examine jam jar again, found Nessa's fingerprint on the glass jar. Yeah, I can see now why Eldritch hates this notebook. This is ridiculous. I mean, how big of a notebook even is this? Like, we've written 4 days worth of freaking notes on it. It should be like this thick. I mean, it would be like, I'll get my notebook from my pocket. Time to write stuff. Like, let's put this note over here. I mean, they're trying to go for the Colonel's Bequest style, but even there, the notebook was much less clunky. It was a lot cleaner. This is a bit... it's a bit much. Not the best way to put down notes. I hear voices near the doorway. I wonder what they're talking about. They can't know why you're really here. Who knows what could happen? Of course. I understand the potential risk involved. I will be discreet with my investigation. Well, just say you were in the area and that's how you got here so soon. Not that you were already on your way. Understood. The young lady, Margot. Yes, Margot. Is there any reason to believe her death was suspicious? She's always been a bit sickly. Don't bother yourself with that. Just make like you're looking into her death. That'll be a good cover. But focus on what you're really here for. Okay, Jack. This is Evan Richards' writing desk. The sturdy mahogany surface is a double pedestal, seats with both a drawer and a cupboard. On top of the desk is a blotter, a brass lamp with a green glass shade, clock, and pen stand. The desk drawers and cupboards are all open and look like they've been rifled through. The contents of the desk can be strewn all over the carpeted floor. At a glance, the papers are old guest receipts from the lodge's glory days as well as some general bookkeeping. Nessa has inconsiderately stepped on some of the papers, too. What a mess. Sleep well, Nathan. The glass-paned cabinet is full of curios and memorabilia and blah blah blah. Why are they open? Did she also look in there to find some stuff? Nessa stepping on the documents scattered over the lush carpet has created very clear imprints of her shoes. This shoe print looks like a woman's shoe with a bit of heel. It could only be from Kimmy's or Nessa's shoe. If I could figure out either Kimmy or Nessa's shoe size, I can find out whose shoe this belonged to. Upon closer inspection, you'll think you can barely discern a couple of oily spots on one of the papers. You're a mineralogist, not a forensic accountant. I mean, we know that it's Nissa. Nathan Cardinal is a tall, imposing man in his early 40s. He doesn't seem very talkative, and you get an impatient, perhaps even anxious air about him that he tries to conceal. Nathan is singing impatiently in the conservatory, looks a little worried. Good evening, Nathan. Good evening, Nancy. Jack poked his head in here to tell me he's back and that the motomobile managed to stay in one piece for his journey. He also said that the rangers come to the lodge and that this ranger wants to have a meeting in the dining room. Perhaps you should head there. Okay, thanks. To that I say, nope. Not yet. What have you here? You haven't fooled me with your timid act. I'm on to you. If you dare follow me once I'm done here, you won't make it to your next destination. Consider yourself warned. What is going on around here? Albert just yelled at me. Kimmy is holding a large map. She looks a bit flustered. He seemed very upset about my map. I was just planning my next birding trip. Well, if this map upsets him so much, I'll just get rid of it. No, don't burn it. Kimmy tosses the map into the fireplace and sets it alight. No! Excuse me, Nancy. I'm going to the bathroom to calm down a bit. I just want to be alone, okay? The map is a little too hot to handle right now. Shit. I don't have any frickin' water. Use that, put out fire with poker. I said poker, not water. Nope. Ah, she's in there now. You pour the water onto the burning map. The map is slightly charred and damp, but is still mostly intact. There's a circled location on the map. It's the Sulaks. Why would Albert be upset by a map with the Sulaks circled? Because it sounded like that's where he's going, and I think Kimmy is following him because she's going there too. Hello, Corvus. Ah! Miss Maple, please, isn't past your bedtime? I have a lot of work still to do tonight. Please go away. You knock lightly on Albert's door. Leave me alone, whoever it is. I'm busy. It's locked. You knock lightly on the bathroom door. Please, I just want some peace and quiet. Kimmy, are you okay in there? Please, Nancy, I just need some time to myself. Okay, Kimmy. Nissa Grampy is Evan Richards' older sister. She is a stern, matronly woman with a look of perpetual displeasure etched into her face. Back in the city, you've seen plenty of women just like her, well-to-well and disapproving. Nissa is sitting stiffly on the striped love seat. Good evening, Nissa. It's very late and I'm tired. I have no patience for you right now. Well, too bad. I don't care at all about that. Nessa, I found your fingerprint on this jam jar. So what? I found it in the river. There's a damp strip of flypaper in the jar. And if you examine the jar closely, there's a white powdery residue inside. The boxes of flypaper at the lodge contain arsenic. It says so right on the box. You've soaked the flypaper in water to get the poison out of them. I smelled garlic on Margot's breath, but she never ate garlic. A garlic odor is one of the signs of arsenic poisoning. When she was alive, Margot spoke of bodily aches and pains and nausea, but those were recent occurrences. Probably around the time you and Corvus showed up to the lodge, I'm assuming. I examined Margot's body. I found the indications that her body had been exposed for some time to arsenical compounds. Oh, compounds. I saw you empty your flask in the apple orchard. You were concealing arsenic-infused water in your flask. I overheard your conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. Pretty incriminating. I've deduced enough about Margot's fate to make a very strong case to the authorities. I believe you murdered Margot. I used arsenic that you obtained from flypaper to do it. Jack will be fetching a ranger soon. You'll have to answer for these crimes. Do you really think so? Oh! You're not the only one who can listen at doorways, Miss Maple. Corvus and Nessa overpower you and drag you towards the rushing river. Help! Someone? Your calls for help go unheeded. Your shoes make small scuff marks in the ground. They're taking you down to the waterfall that cascades over the escarpment. Oh no! 2 murders in one day. Well. I'm thinking of reloading from an earlier save, because Nathan said that he's gonna go meet up with Albert at the jetty. We didn't get a bad ending, we got death. The game has 7 deaths in total. This is the 3rd death getting into the river. That's why I didn't get a new achievement. I mean, Nathan said that he would go and meet with Albert in the jetty as Jack leaves. So I guess I went to the wrong areas first. Let's see. Richard Dan isn't due to check in on us for weeks. Mr. Richards wants me to travel to the train station and send a telegram requesting aid. Can't say I'm happy heading out at this time of night. I could drive the automobile into a ditch on account of it being dark and me tired. Mr. Richards won't hear though. Nathan's helping me get the automobile blah 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 blah. Ask about station building line. Ask about Nessa. Thanks. You're welcome. There's Kimmy. Ask about owls. Ask about Margot. I can't believe Margot's dead. What could have happened? It's terrible. Nancy, I'm getting scared. Don't worry, Kimmy. I'm sure there's an explanation. I'd sure like to find out. I quite like garlic. It's very nutritious. Jack hasn't served us anything with garlic in it, though. You say that Margot's breath smelled like garlic? That's odd. Jack hasn't served us anything with garlic in it. None of us have had any since we've been here. You're right. So Margot didn't eat garlic. So why did her breath smell like that? I once read in a mystery novel that garlicky breath is a symptom of arsenic poisoning. I wonder if that's true. Oh, Nancy, poison? I don't know anything about that. Mr. Respa seems to have something against me. I have no idea what, but I've been trying to avoid him. Nessa to meet Albert in the gazebo. Let's see if we go to the gazebo now. Yep, there's Nessa. Do we need to fish out that jar again? Yeah, I think we do. Net. This is a good place to listen in. Ah, there you are. It's about time. Considering what this document will do for you, madam, I'd say it's well worth the wait. This will make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. Never you mind what it'll do for me. I still have some work to do to make this all pay off. Even though this report says there are diamonds in Crimson, I need to make sure that the land comes to me. Otherwise, this field report of yours is useless. Well, that's your problem. My role in this is finished. That woman, Kimmy. I think she's hiding something, and I'm going to find out what. Is that so? Well, she's either lurking in the woods or in the bedroom she shares with Nosy Nancy. Kimmy seems like a bird crazy boy to me, but that's your business. Tessa hands Albert another envelope, this one thicker than the last. There, that's all the money. This report better pass muster with the government. It will, I assure you. Good night, madam. Good night. So she knows that there's diamonds here. She got to Albert to survey the area for reals. Albert is suspicious of Kimmy. Nessa paid him Albert for a report stating there are diamonds in Crimson. Hey, TK. Ah, here's Nat. Find out what the silver key opens. Yeah, still haven't found that out yet. Salt rock salt in water. Have a salt sample to take to the museum for analysis. Been there, done that. Ask about garlic. Ask about arsenic. Arsenic? Do you have a rat problem? Jack might have some. Ask about fly paper. Jack keeps the lodge well stocked with fly paper. The pests are quite thick around here. He keeps it in the garden shed. Ah, this is where we would have learned if we didn't find the box already. Ask about Ranger. They are the law in these parts. Ranger Dan visits the lodge on occasion. I avoid the rangers, even the nice ones. I never know when one might decide to make my life more difficult. Especially considering I sneak off the reservation to visit, which is against their laws. Oh, I had no idea. Please keep that to yourself. Of course. Huh. Nathan risks losing his Indian status if he is caught off reservation. Huh. Fascinating. Evans told Jack to drive down to the station to notify the authorities about Margot's death. Once he's on the way, I'm headed home for the night. My meeting with Albert in the boathouse begins shortly. Yeah, that's where I need to go next. I wonder what he needs to talk with Albert about. Find Evan. He keeps to himself. Pardon me, Miss Maple, I'm expected elsewhere. I know, I'll be right behind you. Have a good night, Nancy. Now we get to see this cutscene. Won't be needing this anymore. A note has been added to your notebook. And this is where she is, revealing that she murdered Margot with the poison. What a strange conversation. Nessa mentioned tossing some jars in the river by the waterfall. I guess the water's already absorbed into the ground. Albert Respa is a stately, well-groomed gentleman in his 50s. His monocle gives him an elegant air. Antwerp sent him as an expert mineralogist to verify the diamond claim in Crimson. You have a hard time imagining him doing field work. Albert is relaxing on the couch with a snifter of brandy and a cigar. Albert puffs on his cigar and sips his brandy. He doesn't seem to be in the mood to chat. I had nothing to do with it, nor did I see or hear anything. That ranger had better not expect us to remain on the property if an investigation is required. Now that my report is complete, I'll be moving on soon. I see. Where are you headed next, Mr. Respa? None of your business, miss. Please, Miss Maple, I tire of your endless inquiries. I don't know where the woman is. Why don't you go and look for her? An intelligent, worldly fellow. If it was up to him, I'd be nowhere near here. Crimson was where we disembarked. It was thoroughly unremarkable. Diamonds carry a certain mystique. The aristocracy is mad for them. I'm not here to instruct you. Oh, the dining room is a bit chilly. Wall carpet has a raised tile pattern of sweeping lines. It's a little threadbare in spots from years of chairs being moved around. The eastern edge of the carpet has been soaked with spilled liquid that is also pooling on the hardwood. Some of the liquid has soaked into the plush carpeting, but a good deal of it is still a puddle on the hardwood flooring. After taking a closer look and sniff at the spilled liquid, you conclude it is Canadian whiskey. Possibly from the decanter that's on the sideboard. Was on the sideboard, I should say. Yeah, that is gone. I was thinking that they just follow the puddle as a command would work. Apparently not. While I'm here, everybody is all over the place. Let's think where this silver key would fit. As soon as I go find Monsieur Yvonne, the story will progress. So this is a good time to start snooping around, thinking of where the silver key would fit. What have we here? You haven't fooled me with your timid act. I'm on to you. If you dare follow me once I'm done here, you won't make it to your next destination. Consider yourself warned. I guess he walked here after we went outside. I know what I'm doing, Bennigan. Stop barking commands at me and let me play the game, okay? Stop backseating. What's going on around here? Albert just yelled at me. Blah, 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 blah. Pour water on fire. There. Get map. Old notes. Albert confronted Kimmy about something. Albert was upset about Kimmy's map with the Sulaks encircled. Yeah, that is interesting detail. I wonder what kind of birds she's gonna go look for at the Sulaks. More cormorants, more likely. I don't remember there being anything else that is locked around here. Unless the vanity is. Open drawer. Unlock drawer. It fits perfectly. Yes! Open drawer. Look in drawer. Most of the drawers are full of various cosmetics and meant for various parts of the face and don't interest you. But one drawer holds something worthy of closer inspection. You see a slim wooden box with a hinged lid and a smooth leather handle. You see a slim wooden box with a handle. Soot box. Try opening the kit first. Pull box. That achieves a little effect. Open box. Bursting with curiosity, you open the slim wooden kit. That's a thieves' kit. There's all kinds of lock picks, an oxygen tank if they need to go underwater. Margot was a master thief. The metal box has a shiny lid. The kit contains a host of mysterious objects. Of particular interest are a pamphlet, a glass bottle, a metal box, and a small ampule. The pamphlet is printed in tiny words on fine paper. The smooth onion skin cover of the pamphlet seems to have a spot of oil on it. Hej, var det? This fingerprint looks like Margot's. I'm not surprised that Margot's fingerprints are on the pamphlet, but maybe I should take a closer look at the other parts of the kit and see what I can find. Hello, people. Glass bottle contains a rubber tube that is attached to its neck. Two fingerprints. One of the fingerprints belongs to Margot, the other to Jack. Ask Jack about Margot's kit. A small ampule contains a whitish yellow powder. It has a paper label. It's a single-use glass vessel that prevents air from spoiling its contents. The ampule has a paper label pasted to it. Paper label on the small single-use ampule is covered with tiny print. You admire the minute dots that comprise the newspaper photograph of a round-cut diamond. The natural diamond described... Oh, this is my newspaper that I'm reading. Label. With the aid of your lucky loop, you can read the minuscule print. This compound contains arsenic. Administration in excess may lead to nausea, seizures, and death. Do not exceed appropriate dosage. Arsenic? Oh dear. These ampules are single-use, so it makes sense that it hasn't been touched yet. Okay, Vorsti. Hope you enjoy my shenanigans. Two fingerprints on the middle box. Margot and Jack. Never been good at opening these types of little mailboxes. After chipping a nail, you decide to leave it alone. Can I get the box? This belongs, or belonged to Margot. It would be wrong to take it. Get bottle. Get ampoule. Okay, close the kit. Exit. Can I lock the drawer? You lock the vanity drawers with the small silver key. Good. Nobody else can get to it. So many plots. Get no response. I wonder if he's now at his meeting with a certain person. Hello, Nathan. Such a nice night, isn't it? Ah, Nancy, if you don't mind, I'd prefer to be by myself right now. Certainly. Oh, there he is. Excuse me, Miss Maple, I'm meeting someone in there. Oh, excuse me. You don't hear any voices behind the boathouse door, even with the aid of the drinking glass. The river is too loud to hear anything, even though I know Nathan and Albert are in there having a conversation. How about... Open. Save. Here. The sound of the opening door has made the two voices cease their discussion. Goodbye. Shit. Okay, so opening the door is a bad idea. But I need to listen to these two. But how? There has got to be a way for me to get to that pier. Or ledge, or whatever you want to call it. Climbing onto the dock, going onto the dock, listening at the door with and without. Crawl under hut? Or just crawl under? Can't do that. Can't crawl. Up. Crawl under house. This is a tough one. I bet there is a way to get to hear this conversation. This is the most interesting conversation to me. I mean, why would Albert and Nathan have a conversation? They got nothing to do with each other unless... oil hinges! Damn it. Oh wait, we're not a thief in First for Glory. There's got to be a way, 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 got to be a way. I know that there's a hint book that you can find online that is made by the creator of the game. They made it to help out players. But I'm not sure if I want to go there. But I can't think of any solutions here. I mean, I got nothing extra to use as a item to hear better. I got a feeling if I leave here, their conversation will be over, so this is my only chance to do this right now. Maybe I should look at the hint book even. So I'm just looking at the hint book. Create some diamond hint book. I'm just looking at it if there actually is like an answer to this kind of situation. Apparently there's a tons of things I can miss in this chapter after things. Man, this is a very complex game. Can I get in canoe from here? Hide under house. Holes. House. Hide on dock. Hide in canoe. Shit. So many plots. Let's start from there. That was the kit thing that I did. Albert shouldn't be here, right? Okay. Apparently he is. I will not leave you alone. Hehehe. Release the canoe. You aren't a vandal. Pull the canoe. I can't think of a way to hide in here. Maybe that's it. Hide in a canoe. Haha! I mean, he's not seeing that I'm not hiding in here. So now we can listen to the conversation. Mr. Cardinal, are you here? I'm a busy man. I won't be kept waiting. I'm here. Have you prepared the document? Of course. Signed and sealed, very official. A report declaring there are no diamonds in Crimson or the surrounding areas. Good. Do you even care to know if there really are diamonds here? No, I care about protecting this land from further environmental devastation. Ha! Well, it's no concern of mine. A pity about the girl. What a shocking turn of events. I suppose that simplifies matters whenever Mr. Richards should happen to pass. What are you insinuating? Nothing. It's none of my business, I'm sure. I already paid you. Give me what I'm owed. Of course. Here you are. If this document is challenged by anyone for any reason, you'll be hearing from me. Goodbye. So Jack and Nathan have been working with Evan to find diamonds in the riverbanks, and they've done so. They know that they're there. But Nathan has his own plan of trying to make sure that there are no diamonds here so he can get the land back to his tribe. And everybody will completely desert Crimson. Because why stay here where there's no diamonds, even though they think there are? And so giving those false reports and all will help. Man, there's so many plots going around here. I'm not even sure if he gave an official... I mean, it could be that he gave the report that he gave to Nessa actually is where he's saying that there are diamonds in here. But to Nathan, he gave the one with no diamonds. And Nathan just threatened him that if he refutes the report, Nathan's gonna come after him. I think our friend Albert here just signed his own death warrant. So many plots. So many twists. Twisties. Alright, let's pause the game and get some food. Gotta get more energy so I can figure more things out. And also I need to relax for a bit because my brain is fried. So many things happening. This is so well written. I really am enjoying this so much. You wanna know what else I'm gonna enjoy? Soy Bunch. I wonder how Nathan knew that Albert was coming here. Or how he managed to talk him to making that false report. It was a fascinating angle in this whole story. Stuffed hat with a cat. There's someone sleeping in the Borgor. And apparently there's a paw print.
Those adorbs!
There's two sleeping here at the fireplace. And there's Pumpkin playing with the watermelon ball. I love it how the one leg just stretches out, while all the other limbs are holding on to the ball. But one limb is really getting that exercise in. I mean, that's exactly the emote that I have of him playing with the water ball. The watermelon ball, water ball. Watermelon ball. Alright, I shall return. With food, most likely. If not food, then I don't know what. Oh yeah. Do I need? Yeah. Don't need a fork. Hey, Ribbons. Hey, Mercenary. Wish I could have been back for the kids, but say la vie. Likely butchering the spelling, but you get the idea. I mean, yeah, it's well, it's French, so it's such is life. C'est la vie. They're mercenary. Kitty cats. Yep. That was Pumpkin playing with the Pumpkin playing with the watermelon ball. I may even have that as a emote. Hey, shut up! Now you missed out on the kitty cats. Wow, 5 minutes away. Lucky. Oh, you caught them. Good. Alrighty. Good. Good. Wow. I'm having a staring contest with our Miss Maple here, and she's winning because she doesn't blink. just those pixels staring into my soul. I didn't do anything, the others are the murderers and other schemers. Rather glad you went to a fast food place last night. How so? There was a manager there, and they were slightly crowded, and the manager felt upset with the delay, was only about 20 minutes. So I got a $10 gift card after I got my meal. Nice of them. Really nice. I mean, 20 minutes for a fast food restaurant is a long time for them, so that's probably why he got so upset. I mean, they are named fast food, so it should be under 10 minutes. But nice of them to compensate for the delay. I've never had that happen, and sometimes I've had to wait for a longer time than 10 minutes for my food. Ordering a certain meal that is already run out, so they have to make new ones, so... Let's see for dessert which jelly bean I'm gonna get. That one. And this one is... Oh no. Is this the freaking squid thing? No, it's ice cream or soap. Even worse. Oh. Soap. No, that is very creamy ice cream. Yum! No, I got the ice cream. Very nice. Got that creaminess to it, a little bit of vanilla. So, basically, it's just a regular ice cream. Very nice. I've had the soap before, and it really does taste like a regular hand soap. You know, those bar of soap. I do also have regular candy here. no real special flavor to it. It's just the if you make ice cream in a regular way with no additives, so it's just like a creamy block of sweetness, which is supposed to be. Oh, this is real candy now. Oh. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you angry? Yo, you ugly, where are you at? While I start asking stupid and silly questions like, do you like pina colada? Like, usually it's the musical lyrics that I go with. Are you going to San Francisco? This candy's a little bit broken. Usually ask the Ouija board, do you like beards? I can't remember the last time when we played Phasmophobia found a Ouija board. The quiche board really rarely appears to us. It's usually the music box, the haunted mirror, tarot cards, the summoning circle, the cursed doll, but very rarely the Luigi board. We even got a couple of times we had the wishing hand, the monkey paw. We had it a couple of times before the Halloween event. We had a couple of monkey paws. But the Ouija board, no idea when the last time we've seen it. For some reason, to us, the quiche board is super rare. Wonder what it is that does it. Speaking of horror stuff, at some point we need to play content warning. We really need to play that at some point. I really want to try that game out. It's gonna be the next Phasmo stream, the hunt for the quiche board. Yep, just keep constantly playing until we find it, and then we get in the stream right there. And it's gonna be the first one. Hey, we found the quiche board. Okay, that's it, stream over. You just say when and where and I'll ignore you, alright? Deal. Sounds good to me. You know what else sounds good to me? Continuing the game. Review. I should find Jack and ask him about Margot's kit. I wonder if Margot was poisoned, how it could have happened. Something she ate? Drank? I need to find Mr. Richards. You just say when you want to play content warning and I'll be there. Hell. jar. There. Tie rope. Tie rope to tree. Tie rope to waist. Get jar. Get J. Untie rope. Untie rope from tree. That's okay, the rope has done its part. Inventory. Boom. And now we dust the jar. Tape fingerprint. No. Inventory. Then we take a closer look. Belongs to Nessa. And now we know. Nathan bought a mineralogical report from Albert that states there are no diamonds in Crimson. While earlier, Nessa bought a paid Albert for a report stating there are diamonds in Crimson. You have missed out on so much, Zelda. Like, there's plot twists all over the place. And there has been a murder. I guess I'm the only one who has dark hours. What do you mean by dark hours? Examined the jam jar and found white residue inside. Now we know Nessa had that jar. Or we know it was her fingerprint. You can see a trail of spilled liquid leading to, or from, the south. The trail of small puddles seems to lead further south. Ah, Mr. Richards, there you are. Mr. Richards? Evan doesn't acknowledge your presence. He looks lost in thought or maybe highly inebriated. Possibly both. I wonder what this could be. Found Evan. So you want to know, Zelda, what happened? Or all the things that are going on? Alright. I mean, you have missed out on a lot. At least do you want to know who's being killed? There's liquid splashed haphazardly on the jetty and the path leading up to it. The source of the liquid appears to be Mr. Richards. Uh-oh. Margot. She was poisoned by arsenic. By Nessa. It was us. Yeah, we're a ghost. What do you call those bottles that usually have whiskey in them? With the round glass cork? I know they have a own term for those kind of bottles. We have died 3 times. It was when I went to confront Nissa and Corvus about their scheming of killing Margot, they threw me in the river. Evan is quietly morosely drunk and sits precariously on the edge of the jetty. Mr. Richards, what are you doing here? Ignores you and continues drinking. Evan doesn't respond to your attempts at the conversation. And he shows that he is devastated. Sounds like an automobile. Go to the dining room when ready. Listen with glass. They can't know why you're really here. Who knows what could happen? Of course. I understand the potential risk involved. I will be discreet with my investigation. We'll just say you were in the area, that's how you got here so soon. Not that you were already on your way. Understood. The young lady, Margot. Yes, Margot. Is there any reason to believe that her death was suspicious? She's always been a bit sickly. Don't bother yourself with that. Just make like you're looking into her death. That'll be a good cover. But focus on what you're really here for. Okay, Jack? The Ranger isn't here to investigate Margot's death. He has another purpose. I bet he's investigating into Nessa's situation. That would make sense. That's the only really big scheme that is happening here. Because I'm sure Jack wants him to stop her from doing her thing so he can reap the riches. I don't know if it's even a real cop. I'm sure that he's a real ranger, but he's just working with Jack. That's the only thing left is to go to the dining hall, the room, the thing, ding. Poor Evan. You settle into a chair around the dining table. Oh, Nancy, there you are. We're about to get it started. How did you get here before I did? Where's Mr. Richards? Don't you worry, miss. Mr. Richards needs time to be alone with his thoughts. He'll probably be here in a bit. This here is Ranger Murdoch. He was out on patrol by the train station, lucky for us. I wonder if this is Ranger Dan after all. Maybe. I mean, they said that there's a Ranger Dan who visits him every now and then. But Ranger Murdoch, you say? I told him about poor Margot. He said he wouldn't mind stopping by and filing a report. A report? Whatever for? She had a fit and died. Bury her and be done with her. It gives you the creeps having a dead body around. I'm sure nothing's amiss, but how could I turn down Jack's hospitality? I'll take a look, file a report of the death, and save old Doc Travers a trip up here. What about the bridge explosion? Do you have any news about that? Bridge explosion? News travels News doesn't travel very fast in these parts. I'm out in the bush most of the time. Of course, I was so distracted about Margot's death that I completely forgot to mention the bridge to Ranger Murdoch. Anyway, I sent a telegraph to the closest town. I'm sure the appropriate authorities are handling it. I'm sure. Bears and raccoons are more my jurisdiction. Not much happens out this way. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a look at Miss Margot and be on my way. Sounds good. Ma, it's late. You must be bushed. I'll get you set up in the spare room upstairs. Are we done here? I'm dreadfully tired. I am tired as well. As I Corvus leave the table after exchanging what seems to be a series of impatient looks. Kibi follows soon after, seemingly unwilling to appear rude by leaving first. By the time Jack shows the ranger to the spare room, you realize a lot of time has passed and Mr. Richards still hasn't turned up. I should check up on Mr. Richards. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. Woohoo! I'm even better than a good detective. I did everything. Didn't miss a thing. At least that's what it sounds like. I didn't miss a thing. So that means on the other chapters I missed out on one or two things. No. You sexy huck of grade A man meat. A huck? Is that more or less than a hunk? I have been weighing any weight, if that helps. Oh no, where's Mr. Richards? Escalations. You're shocked to see such disarray. I don't like the looks of this. And the game hasn't been saved, so I don't need to save. Olen niin lihava olen kuin 6 serkkua. Jetty looks like a good place for fishing. You can see scuff marks, shoe prints. There are also splashes of spilled liquid. There's broken glass scattered across the jetty. Some of it looks like it may have once been a crystal decanter. Some may have come from a drinking glass. You see fragments of faceted glass scattered on the wooden jetty. Yikes! Whatever happened here? It doesn't look like it was a serene encounter. Glass has been knocked over, its contents spilled out onto the jetty. What a waste of good Canadian whiskey. You think you can see an oily mark on the outside of the overturned whiskey glass. That could be a fingerprint. Carefully dust the overturned drinking glass for prints and reveal... Aha! A fingerprint! Ooh, I'd better be careful not to stray too close to the edge of the jetty. Upon closer examination of the fingerprint you obtained from the overturned drinking glass, you conclude that this is Evan's fingerprint. That makes sense. I did see Mr. Richards drinking out of this glass earlier. While there are some splashes of liquid on the jetty, they don't appear to be water from the river. Yikes! Look at all this broken glass. I can also see some scuffs and a wet shoe print. The scuff marks indicate that someone might have been dragged along the wooden boards over the jetty. These scuffs are pretty clear. Hopefully a closer examination will reveal more information. The direction of the scuff marks appear to lead away from the jetty and into the woods to the north. And these scuff marks were made by rubber-soled shoes. Mr. Richards wore rubber-soled shoes and boots. These scuffs were likely made by him. He definitely didn't jump or fall into the sphere's currents. It's more likely that Mr. Richards was dragged away from the river. I now know Mr. Richards' shoe size. Can I use it to trace his movements at the jetty? I should take a closer look. I did see Mr. Richards on the jetty. I wonder if he left any fingerprints behind. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? I'll need everyone's shoe sizes before I can figure that out. Oh, I'd better be careful and not stray too close to the edge of the jetty. Mr. Richards wears a size 12. This shoe print looks larger, but I should examine it more closely to verify. Upon closer inspection, you've ascertained the shoe print came from a size 14 foot. He definitely didn't make shoe prints on or around the jetty. The shoe prints on the jetty came from size 14 feet. Jack's are size 12. I know Jack didn't make these shoe prints, but who did? Who knows what size Nessa's feet are under that long skirt? I'll need to investigate. Where have I seen Kimi walking around outside? Could she have left some shoe prints on moist ground? Corvus wears size 14. He could be involved, but I can't say for certain until I learn everyone else's shoe sizes. Albert and Mr. Richards have the same shoe size. Neither of them could have made any of these shoe prints. Nathan could have made those shoe prints. I certainly can't rule him out. Have I seen Nathan walking in an area where he could have left shoe prints? I think so, and not too long ago. Sizes check. So now we're going with shoe sizes. Save. Shoes.
Right.
Uh-oh. You see some possible signs of a struggle. There are scuffs and shoe prints in the grass and on the path, and some tree branches have been snapped off. I see little puddles of liquid haphazardly lit by the moon. The more you look at the scene, the more convinced you become that whatever happened at the jetty continued in this part of the woods. You see scuffs and shoe prints in the grass and on the path to the south and east. You can also see some freshly broken branches. I don't like the look of this. Tree branches stick out like arms, ready to cling and scratch at unwary passers-by. Luckily, the paths are kept pretty clear of any obstructions. Some of the branches off to the side of the path look like they've been bent and broken. You can clearly see some long brown and gray hairs caught in the tree branches. Long brown and gray hairs? These look familiar. You take some of the long brown and gray hairs. These might be useful bits of evidence. Scrapes in the grass are deep, as if someone was literally digging their heels in to resist an outside force. The scuffs and scrapes are definitely leading away from this part of the forest and down the eastern path. I'm pretty sure I found scuff marks made by Mr. Richards' rubber-soled shoes on the jetty. These look like they were made by similar actions, and by the same person. I don't think it's unreasonable for me to believe that Mr. Richards was dragged from the jetty and through these woods. All she needs is mixed sauna, you know what they say about shoe size and other size. Bigfoot is the killer. Aha! We have solved it. Some footprints to the east and to the south. I should take a closer look. You see some faint shoe prints on the path. Some of these look like same size 14 shoe, but there are smaller shoe prints too, possibly a women's size 8. Long gray and brown hairs you found caught on the broken branches of a tree. These long gray and brown hairs still have their follicles, indicating they were removed with some force. I found these caught on some broken branches. It looked like there was a struggle in the woods. Only Nessa has hair like this. So it was Corvus and Nessa. Can see a smattering of shoe prints here that appear to come from 2 different size shoes. Most of these look like they came from a size 14 foot, but there are a few here that look to be size 8. Hello? Signs of a struggle continue in the area around the smokehouse. Cuff marks and shoe prints continue along the path and into the smokehouse. The door to the smokehouse is shut tight, but you can hear some indistinct noises inside. Eek! There's something linting on the ground. Overgrown path leading towards the smokehouse. Scuff and shoe prints on the path. Some sparkles. There's something round and metallic shining on the path. Looks like a button. Shiny metal button is lying on the path. This is a grey metal button with 4 buttonholes. Aha! So this button belongs to Corvus. I need to examine the scuffs by the smokehouse more clearly. Or closely. Maybe that will reveal something. Need to examine the scuffs. It's shiny and appears to be pretty new. Okay, let's look at the scuffs then. There. Lead to the smokehouse. Uh-oh. Whose shoe prints are these? Learning everyone's shoe sizes will help me figure that out. $14 and $8. Person inside the smokehouse is either ignoring your knocking or is too preoccupied to hear it. Oh! Nancy, I'm busy in here. Please step outside. Nathan is frantically rummaging in the smokehouse. Nathan, where's Mr. Richards? What's happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. If you don't have any helpful information, please leave me to figure this out. Oh, of course. On one hand, I'm relieved that I didn't stumble onto anything ghastly. But on the other hand, where is Mr. Richards? And what's happened to him? I'll need to come to some conclusions and present them to Nathan. Maybe then he'll let me into the smokehouse and I can continue my investigation. Mr. Richards seems to have been dragged into the smokehouse, though I'm still not sure why. I need to learn everyone's shoe sizes before I can make definitive conclusions about who was involved. I also recovered one of Corvus's vest buttons. It seems to have come loose in the struggle. I should go back to the jetty and take a closer look. Liquid here has yet to be absorbed into the dock. Even in the moonlight, you can see it's golden yellow and it's whiskey. What a waste. Liquid on the jetty is definitely alcohol and not river water. Mr. Richards was here not that long ago. If he'd drunkenly fallen into the river, I'd expect to see watermarks on the jetty where his impact caused splashes. Besides the spilled alcohol, the jetty is dry. You peer at the shadowed remains of what is clearly the crystal decanter from the dining room. I last saw this in Mr. Richards' hands as he was seated right here on the jetty. What on earth happened here? Oh my, the decanter would have needed to be picked up and thrown down with some force to break it like this. The heavy crystal decanter has been broken into dozens of jagged shards. I think I see some oily imprints. I wonder who's been handling this decanter recently. Besides Mr. Richards, that is. Because I doubt he would have broken the decanter intentionally. Ooh, I'd better be careful. Blop, blop, blop. It's obvious he was cut up into pork chops. Ah, the long pork. Carefully dust the crystal decanter fragments to reveal 2 fingerprints. After peering the fingerprints on the broken bits of the decanter, you conclude one of these fingerprints belongs to Evan, the other is Nessa's. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? I'll need everyone's shoe sizes before I can figure that out. Well, we know it's Corvus. So Corvus and Nessa came here, found him drunk, and decided, hey, let's kill him. I mean, that way she can get him out of the way and she can get the lodge and the grounds to herself because she is the older sister. Can I place anyone else at the jetty? Alright. Let's go learn about people's shoe sizes. Which means I need to get to Nessa. Still nothing in there. Where, oh where can I get her shoe size? And there he is! Nah, damn it. I was kind of expecting to see Evan's body. How am I to find out Nessa's shoe size? Though you are reluctant to soil the papers with soot, you decide the situation merits it. Carefully applying a bit of soot, you find a couple of distinct fingerprints. Nessa stepping on the documents scattered over the lush carpet has created very clear imprints of her shoes. One of these fingerprints I lifted from the documents in the study belongs to Mr. Richards, which he says it should be, but the other fingerprint belongs to Nessa, which isn't surprising considering how she was pawing through these papers earlier. But I'm glad I now have solid evidence of this. If only we could get into her suitcase. I'm sure we would find some shoes. I wonder if I'm in trouble. There might have been some other moment to get a shoe print. Or the size of her shoe. Well, Kimmy's here. Ask about shoe. These shoes I'm wearing are size 6.5. Though for boots I usually go half a size up. Thanks, Kimmy. That information might be very helpful. That means the shoe print I found in the study belongs to Nessa. I feel so bad for Mr. Richards. Such a horrible thing that's happened. I can't believe Margot's dead. What could have happened? It's terrible. Nancy, I'm getting scared. Don't worry, Kimmy. I'm sure there's an explanation. I'd sure like to find out. You already know. Nessa's the murderer. Did you hear we aren't a forensic investigator? What? Then why are we doing this? Let's go find some minerals. Yeah, that's for Margot. There aren't any other women's boots around here. Margot had the tiniest shoe size. Even though now we know shoe sizes. What was the command? Size check. I need to figure out whose shoe made the shoe print on the jetty. Whose shoe prints are in the woods to the north of the jetty? There are shoe prints leading into the smokehouse. Who those belong to? Mr. Richards wears size 12. He definitely didn't make shoe prints on or around the jetty. The shoe prints on the jetty came from a size 14 feet. Jack's are size 12. I know Jack didn't make these shoe prints, but who did? I know Nessa wears a size 8, but I need to rule out all the other guesses before I can make a definitive conclusion. Kimmy wears size 6.5. She wasn't involved. What a relief. Corvus wears size 14. He could be involved, but I can't say for certain until I learn everyone else's shoe sizes. Albert and Mr. Richards have the same shoe size. Neither of them could have made any of these shoe prints. Nathan could have made those shoe prints. I'm certainly can't rule him out. How is he Nathan walking in an area? So I need Nathan's shoe prints. That's the only one missing. Let's think. Where could he have been walking around that is wet? The bridge or the jetty? You don't see any shoe prints or other interesting marks. Nathan and Jack have left shoe prints all along the riverbank. Even in moonlight, it is easy for you to see the imprints Nathan and Jack made with their shoes. Jack was walking quite extensively on this part of the riverbank. These shoe prints are size 12. Hey, Midrell. The shoe prints on this side of the bridge are quite large and freshly made. Considering I witnessed Nathan walking these shoe prints, I can conclude he wears size 16. Holy shit, those are huge feet. Fantastic, I've got it everyone's shoe sizes. Corvus wears size 14. He was involved in the altercation at the jetty. Nessa's and Corvus' shoe prints were found leading away from the jetty. Not to mention their shoe prints are all around the smokehouse. According to what I've deduced, Nessa and Corvus attacked Mr. Richards at the jetty and dragged him into the smokehouse. The shoe prints are all over the jetty and leading to the smokehouse. The scuff marks I found came from some rubber-soled shoes, the kind that Mr. Richards wears. No one else at the lodge wears shoes or boots with the rubber soles. One of Corvus's vest buttons somehow ended up near the smokehouse too. Some of Nessa's hair was caught in a tree between the jetty and the smokehouse. That's definitely unusual. Nessa and Corvus were discussing something about a will, but whose? Oh, but I remember overhearing a conversation between them about looking for Evans and Nessa's father's will. But I know that their father didn't leave behind a will. Uh-oh. Could Nessa and Corvus be writing their own will and trying to force Evan to sign it? But how would that be of any help to them? Unless... Uh-oh. I'm satisfied with my investigation so far. It's time to go inside the smokehouse and share what I've learned with Nathan. Hey, I'm back. Nathan, I have a theory of about what's happened to Evan. I'm listening. There are shoe prints all over the jetty, leading into the smokehouse. Yes, I saw those, but I have no idea who those could belong to. I do. I did a bit of detective work and learned the shoe sizes of everyone in the lodge. You did? I certainly did. And according to my findings, I've concluded that Nessa and Corvus dragged Mr. Richards off the jetty and into the smokehouse. That makes a lot of sense to me, Nancy. But where is he now? That's what we need to find out. You're absolutely right about that. Please let me take a look in here and see what I can find. You've done very well, Nancy. Maybe you can figure out where Evan is now. So far, I've come up empty-handed. Thanks, Nathan. I'll try not to let you down. If you find anything of significance, let me know as soon as possible. Will do. Oh, one more thing. Yes, Nancy? Nessa seems to be desperately looking for something. I'm not sure what. She's made a mess of the study. There are papers all over. I think it has something to do with a will. I heard them talking about it in the parlor last night. A will? Come to think of it, they were discussing Evans and Nessa's father's will. That was after dinner yesterday. Mr. Richards Sr. didn't leave a will, I know that, which means Nessa and Corvus are trying to get him to reveal its location. I think they want even more than that. What if Nessa and Corvus intend on creating a new will, but it's Evans? To ensure Nessa will inherit the lodge and land after he dies? I need to go to talk to Jack about all of this. Meet us in the study when you're finished here. You can tell us all about this ersatz will and the mineralogical report then. Good luck, Nancy. Good luck to you too. Okay, what have we here? Investigate the smokehouse. Investigate the smokehouse. Hey, Henker. Smoke. Yes. You see tiny glittery specks on the floor of the smokehouse. You can barely make out some yellow fibers on the floor of the smokehouse. Do I also see some crumbs? Tiny glittery specks. The little specks could be salt. Their proximity to the bank of rock salt increases the plausibility of this observation. Oh, plausibility. Possibility. There are some frayed fibers littering the floor of the smokehouse. The fibers have come off from a woven hempen rope. probably due to friction. Could it be that Mr. Richards was tied up here in the smokehouse? Uh-oh. You decide the frayed rope fibers aren't worth taking. Table is clearly used to prepare meat. But colorful shards and debris cover the table. These jagged fragments of Jordan almonds found in the smokehouse are wickedly sharp. These candy shells are like glass. I need to be careful with them. Inspect the Jordan almond fragments through your loop. You can see the conchoidal fractures in the candy shell that remind you of the sharpest obsidian. Shiny like obsidian, too. Eek! Nope. Debures, not Derbus. Can I get the Derbus? You remove some of the Jordan almond fragments from the table, taking great care not to pierce your skin on the jagged pieces. The minuscule specks are no larger than grains of sand. You can only see them because of the light hitting them. You can't pick them up. When I leave, there's no telling who could come here and tamper with the scene inside. I don't think I'm quite done with my investigation here. I should examine the inside of the smokehouse more closely. The wall of the smokehouse might reveal additional information. I need a way to tie Nessa or Chorus to this scene. Finding fingerprints would be great, but there aren't many smooth surfaces in here. The large pot is already blackened and caked with ash from years of smoky meat. Trying to acquire prints from it would be fruitless. It was a good thought, though. Large pot is empty. The rough stone walls of the smokehouse, much like the floor, have been blackened by smoke. You can just barely make out a symbol on the wall and under the table. What would that be? Seems to be some sort of symbol sloppily painted on the wall under the table. I'm not surprised Nathan missed that. If I was just a bit taller, I would have seen it myself. The symbol appears to be a circle within a circle. The smaller circle is copiously filled in with the red substance. A circle within a circle? It's voodoo! Somebody get Gabriel Knight. Uh-oh. I wonder what the symbol is painted with. It's definitely not paint. It's sticky, drippy, red, and a bit chunky. Eek. Touch the symbol. With much trepidation, you reach out your finger and lightly touch it to the ominous red symbol. It's sticky. And what's the smell? Raspberry jam? Oh, it's raspberry jam. Smokehouse symbol identified as raspberry jam. Then what are you wanting me to dust here? The fragments, huh? Amazingly, you're able to recover a partial of a fingerprint from one of the larger pieces of Jordan almond. Speaking of Jordan almond fragments through your loop, you can see conchoidal fractures and blah blah blah. Partial fingerprint, you conclude. Nessa is the one who crushed these Jordan almonds in the smokehouse. Now can we go? Aha! I think I figured it out. Nessa crushed the Jordan almonds on the table, but why? I have no idea. Are Jordan almonds particularly dangerous to anyone in the lodge? I should ask around. Judging from frayed rope fibers, Mr. Richards could have been tied up in the smokehouse after he disappeared from the jetty. I think Mr. Richards partially freed himself and painted a symbol with raspberry jam. He took care to conceal the symbol under a table. It could indicate where he was taken next. The symbol looks like a thumbprint cookies that I saw Jack baking, and their middles were filled with raspberry jam. I remember Jack saying that Mr. Richards likes to stash the cookies in his pockets. The symbol on the wall of the smokehouse is clearly made out of Jack's thumbprint cookies. There are cookie crumbs all over the floor, and the jam is definitely Jack's raspberry jam. Maybe Jack or someone else would know what the symbol means. I should ask around. Alright, let's go. Tiny shiny specks are only visible in the moonlight. They are impossible to examine closely. Jack is methodically opening the books on the bookcase and leafing through them. It looks like he's looking for papers tucked inside them, but not having much luck. Nathan Cardinal, blah blah blah. It looks like he is searching through the cabinet. Interesting. Playing on intermediate, had a URA, found all the evidence, took all the photos, and escaped the hunt. Huh. I've never been able to do that. I have my theory of what happened in the smokehouse, but I still don't know where Mr. Richards was taken. I need to find out what the symbol in the smokehouse could mean. I should ask someone. Nathan, I found a strange symbol in the smokehouse. A circle within a circle, the center is filled with red. How could I have missed that? I think it was meant to be hidden. It was also very low down on the wall under the table. I almost didn't see it myself. Does that symbol sound like anything you've encountered before? What is this red substance? The red color is raspberry jam, oddly enough. That is very odd, and a relief. Considering the symbol was painted with raspberry jam and contains circles, I'm reminded of Jackson thumbprint cookies. Hallongrotta is the Swedish word for them, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that actually is. Hallon is raspberry in Swedish. It means Raspberry Cave. A pretty and evocative name, isn't it? Raspberry Cave? Like a mine? Like a garnet mine? Uh-oh. I suspect that Debenham was taken and hidden in one of Crimson's garnet mines. Mines sound like dangerous places. You breathlessly tell Nathan and Jack your theory about what happened in the smokehouse, ending with your belief that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. You think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines? Yes, I think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. You think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines? Yes, I believe that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. I've been saying it the whole time. But you think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines? No, he was taken to heaven. Those have been shut for decades. Which makes them a perfect place to hide someone. Uh-oh. We should drive out there and check, just in case. I agree. It'll take some time to prep the automobile. To the carriage house! You know when somebody, says it like that? The Batman sound effect. To the carriage house! There we go. I'll meet you there. I'm gonna fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, Nancy, in case Mr. Richards comes back. To the Batmobile. Well, I'm certainly not going to just wait around here. I'll convince Jack and Nathan to take me with them. They need all the help they can get. But before I head out, should I check in with the other folks in the lodge? Talk to Jack or Nathan. Everton has possibly been taken to the garden mines. I think he's been taken to the garden mines. I mean, it's a possibility that he's been taken to the garden mines. But I'm not sure if he's at the garnet mines. But it really is a possibility that he's in the... Stop it. Kimmy has settled into a deep sleep. You hope she rests well. Huh. Has he been taken to the... Stop it with the garnet mines. The joke's over. The ticket to Richard the Garden Mice. The ticket to Richard the Garden Mice. The ticket to Richard the Garden Mice. Mice. Ah. Freaking Isengard. The ticket to Richard the Garden Mice. So let's find our way. Let's find our way to the Shire. Interesting that the door was closed. What's happened here? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is stuffed full of papers. And all of his luggage is gone. Wardrobe still has some clothes sloppily draped on some hangers. The wardrobe is in disarray. The jackets look like they've been hastily pulled off the hangers as if someone was packing in a hurry. Huh. The waste paper basket is grey metal receptacle and stuffed with crumpled papers. There's a thin strip of paper lying beside the waste paper basket. Ooh. Excuse me? You can see some crumpled papers in the waste paper basket. The waste paper basket is stuffed to capacity. I'm not surprised the telegraph tape fell out. A red cylinder is partially hidden under Albert's bed. Huh. There's a strip of paper that seems to have fallen out of the waste paper basket. It's a strip of telegraph tape, much like the one Jack picked up from the train station. Telegraph tape reads as follows. Carl L. Proceed to Sulaks with package. Deliver package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Well done in crimson. Well done in crimson? What would that mean? And who on earth is Carl L? Well, Carl L is what we know as Albert. I mean, I've come, like right from the get-go when they said that the message for Carl, I've been suspecting that it's Albert. Cylinders! It's dark under the bed and the cylinder half hidden. You can't quite tell what it is. Retrieve the cylinder. Uh-oh! I think it's a stick of dynamite! Yep, it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Dynamite is not a standard piece of meteorological equipment. It's dynamite. Examining it more closely, it wouldn't make you feel any better. Quite the opposite, in fact. Can we dust the dynamite? The paper casing of the dynamite has some very faint oily marks, but its surface is too absorbent for clear fingerprints. It was worth a try. Yep, apparently he blew up the bridge. But why is he meeting somebody at Sulaks? Of all places. I mean, now we can understand why he was shouting at Kimi. Albert stored some of his things in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I wonder if anything was left behind. Oh! The big blue trunk lid is up and the padlock hanging open. I wonder what was stored in here. Peer into the blue trunk. There are some old threadbare linens lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. But by methodically feeling around inside, you discover a gun, a bullet, and a blasting cap. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one, but why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in this trunk. He wanted to lock this all away. The same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only bedroom with a lock. Seems like Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he's armed? Uh-oh. He was carrying dynamite with him, too. It was wise of him to store the dynamite and blasting cap separately. He seems to know more about demolition than mineralogy. You take the bullet. You take the blasting cap. You're no expert on guns, but this is definitely a bullet of some kind. You examine the bullet through the loop, but you don't know enough about bullets to glean any more information. It's a tin of blasting caps used to detonate larger explosives. There's only one left. I think I'm getting the picture here. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he is headed to the Sulaks to sabotage them with explosives. I found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. Albert is probably armed. It is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store his dynamite and blasting caps separately. This doesn't bode well. And I think he tossed my luggage out of the tray to eliminate my field kit, so I couldn't interfere with his sham field work. I need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack, Nathan, and Ranger Murdoch. The maker's mark is imprinted on the tin. You recognize the brand as one of that is commonly used in Toronto. My father was in construction, so I know what these look like. Kids would sometimes play with them. Not me, but the other kids. It's likely Albert purchased these blasting caps in Canada. They tend not to get shipped overseas because they're fairly hazardous materials. Though it's hard to tell with the design printed on the lid, you think you can see an oily smudge. You've revealed the fingerprint. Aha! This fingerprint belongs to Albert. Blasting caps are not standard mineralogist equipment. The suit slips off the bullet's smooth metal casing. It was a good thought. Albert, the investigation completed. He's headed to the Sulaks. He's an expert saboteur and probably armed. Found the fingerprint on the tin of blasting caps. Found Albert's fingerprint. Can I dust the trunk? Dust the Get in the door. Wait. Save. Get to Albert. Oh! What's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. Jack, what's going on? The automobile's gone, Nancy. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert stole the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that thunder? No, that's Nathan with his car. No, that's Nathan. He went to got his automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's wasted. Let's go. Right. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I managed to keep it running decently well, though the shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well? Yeah, it'll be fine, Nancy. Just hang on tight. You all pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger. I will help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation, I promise. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert stole the automobile. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone and his room is a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had so much luggage and Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all that luggage himself unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving to the Sulaks to destroy it. I stumbled upon a confrontation between Albert and Kimmy. He was furious with her. It was such a bewildering encounter. Kimmy had a map with the Sulaks circled. I think that had something to do with Albert leaving so suddenly. He must have thought she was onto his sabotage plan, but Kimmy told me she was interested in seeing the Sulaks as a tourist. He's not a Belgian mineralogist at all. He's a German spy. And his name might actually be Carl L. Carl L? Where did you hear that name? I found this telegraph tape and stick of dynamite in Collar's room. And I found a bullet and a blasting cap in the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. It's just done.
Dun dun dun!
I need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on this imminent threat. Oh, also, I think Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk. And he's knowledgeable with the explosive. He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, one that's armed and dangerous. Got it. I'll keep all that in mind when we confront him, Nancy. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We'll have rangers at the Sulaks as soon as possible. Of course, but first, to the guarded mines. They're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than any automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. Whee! Nathan stops his automobile as close to the garnet mine as he dares. The ground is rugged and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair many years ago. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to her presence. The consequences of Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around to head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Kudos! The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. They were on foot. Not to mention this is fresh rubble. Most likely they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Chapter 6, Confrontations. How are we going to get in? Dunno, but I'm gonna grab that shovel and start digging. You know, we might have something to help with. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. I've got to help Jack with this. You don't see that right now. It's right there. The reel of wire still looks pretty good considering it's been outside for years. The abandoned garden mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There's rubble completely obstructing the entrance. The rubble does look fresh. It could be that Nessa and Corvus did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. Equipment. It's not equipment? Piles of rubber surround the buried entrance of the mine. You can see old discarded plunger detonator amongst the debris. There's a reel of wire near some of the debris. The plunger detonator hasn't been weathered by the elements and looks very worn, but it might still work. There's only one way to find out. I'm trying to dig out this rubble and not to break this old shovel in two while I do it. If I can figure out a better way, I'm all ears. Otherwise, come help me dig. Dynamite can seem pretty scary, but unless you're extremely incautious, it's unlikely it would explode on its own. Blasting caps are needed to set off dynamite, have to stick them right in the end. Not to mention, the charge from the plunger detonator needs to be sent to the cap through a detonating cord. That being said, I wouldn't be all that comfortable walking around with a stick of dynamite in my pocket. Huh, right. You take the reel of wire. I wonder if I can figure out the faster way to clear this rubble. Disclaimer. The developer of this game assumes no responsibility or liability for any errors and omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. Great disclaimer. I now have a plunger, detonator, wire, blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. Wonder if I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open. Can we warn Jack? Put the dynamite in rubble. The explosive hasn't been rigged properly yet. Put cap on dynamite. Put a wire on a plunger. Put wire on a plunger. Put down plunger. Alright, let's go and check the items out then. It's possible that I could set an explosion to clear this rubble. If I insert the plastic cap into the dynamite, then the wire to the plastic cap, and then cut the wire and you insert that end into the plunger detonator, that could work. You flush with pride, realizing that your childhood curiosity father's job as a dynamiter for construction companies has suddenly become useful. Dad would be proud. Plunger detonator has been weathered by the elements but still work. The plunger detonator has been weathered for many years outside. The wood is desiccated and splitting and the screws are rusting. The wire is still in pretty good condition. It should work. Insert cap to dynamite. Carefully insert the plastic cap into the dynamite. Put a wire to cap. You stick the end of the wire into the plastic cap which has been inserted into the dynamite. Cut wire. I'm all set. I'll just need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the cut end into the plunger detonator. You don't have the wire cutters right now, and you don't see any here. I wonder where I could get a pair of wire cutters. I'm so close. Ask about cutters. Would you happen to have wire cutters, Jack? I do, actually. Perfect. May I borrow those? Sure thing. There you go, Nancy. Wire cutters. Thanks. How convenient. Jack's wire cutters. They look sharp. Use the wire cutters to snip the wire from the reel. Tie wire to plunger. Insert the wire into the plunger detonator. And also... the explosive is rigged. It's time to set it off. Game has autosaved. Put dynamite to rubble. Jack, I'm ready to set the explosive charge. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. Ready! You carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. Okay, we're all set. Where would you like to take the plunger? Take plunger behind rock. Behind rock. I've taken the plunger and placed it outside of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire's long enough. Push the plunger. Here goes nothing. That was a bit anticlimactic. Well, it was only one stick of dynamite after all. Yeah, one stick can only do so much. You and Jack have managed to create a Nancy-sized hole in the rubble. I think I could squeeze through. You can see an old discarded plunger detonator amongst the debris. There is now a small hole in the rubble. I think I might be able to enter the garnet mine in this way. Unfortunately, Jack won't fit. Maybe he can follow later. The hole in the rubble looks fairly stable. You fervently hope that it is. You have filled all the save slots. Please delete the save game to continue and to re-enable autosave. Makes me wonder why they made it a capped amount of saves. Maybe for nostalgia, because that's how it was back in the day. Saves were very limited. Back in your hole. I remember a couple of DOS games that had 50 save slots. Yeah, it really feels like this capped amount of save slots is a nostalgia trip to a lot of people. Climb through hole. And often even less. Yeah, with some Sierra games, I remember it's only like 20 that you can use, and maybe even less than 20. Alright, I can fit through this opening. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's wind up this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. Okay, Nancy, you're the boss. You be careful, you hear? I think the sillier thing here is that the autosave also adds to the 50 save slots. Stupid but nostalgic. I mean, we would hate a 3 save slot limit, yep. I will, I promise. Wait, before you go, it's gonna be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. Jack lights the lantern and hands it to you. Yay! Finding a mimic. Woo. So you got your achievement, finally. I've got another one, don't you worry. You're not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. Thanks, Jack. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Oh, wow. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you traveled to Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. If indeed they came this way at all. There we go. Garnet Mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air feels stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. The interior of the mine is dark as night. Darker, actually. The lantern light doesn't extend very far, but the rocks nearest you are absolutely chock full of large red crystals and smaller white ones. The path slopes downward and is covered in dust and loose rocks. Achoo! You see a flywheel in the gloom of the mine. You see a leaning wooden support beam stretching from the dusty floor to the unseeable ceiling. I'd feel a little better if that beam was standing a lot straighter. I'd also feel a little better if I could see more of them, leaning or not. You see a boulder near one of the leaning wooden support beams that looks like it might be a good candidate for a sample. Wow, look at the size of that red crystal. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. Didn't think I would be taking a sample from here. The crystal sample you took from the mine's interior is truly spectacular. There are some amazing red and colorless crystal formations. Stunning. The lantern is lit. It gives off a reassuring glow. While the mine interior sample is packed with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is large and red. A healthy-sized garnet, most likely. I think it's even gem quality. It's a real pity that this mine produced industrial abrasives only. It's too pretty to pulverize. Rub mine sample on plate? Rubbing that on the streak plate wouldn't reveal much. Darn it. Rub crystal sample on plate. You carefully rub the colorless specimens embedded in into the boulder sample on the streak plate, one by one. Some of these specimens streak white, which is to be expected of garnets, but some of the specimens aren't streaking the plate at all. Oops. While performing your streak test and holding the lantern at the same time, you fumble and your hand slips. You draw the sample forcefully across your porcelain plate, right on the most prominent red crystal specimen. The large red crystal was actually making it awkward for you to streak test the colorless specimens. Nothing? No streak? Could these be rubies? But they don't look quite right. These might not be garnets. Unfortunately, I'm not carrying anything that I have confirmed as a ruby or harder. Testing this will have to wait. What other? Could it be a blood diamond then? Like crimson diamond? Now the game name makes sense. These are diamonds. Red diamonds. Uranium. But uranium is not red. What you're thinking about. You think you can see a metal bucket under a large piece of machinery. You see indications of a shovel in the gloom. I almost was a bit late to start the stream today because I was playing Case of Cud. I played it for 5 hours straight. I didn't even notice. At one point I was like, oh, it's 3 o'clock. Holy shit. And I was like, well, I'm deep in some cave and I don't remember how to get out. It took me about 45 minutes to get out of there. Find an exit finally. Who knows how long I was exploring there. If I would have died, I would have lost so much. I had to be so freaking careful. You can see an entranceway framed by wooden beams. I can't see much through there, but it looks even less safe in that area than off the mine. More rubble, collapsed beams. Eek. The fitful lantern light reveals an entranceway leading upwards to the right. Every rock is speckled with crystals, large and small. It feels like I'm in a treasure cave. I suppose I am. Uh-oh. And we're dead. It's just a little crush. Don't give in to the pressure. Before moving on, find your way. Better luck next time. This boulder is chock full of red and white crystals, including a spectacular red crystal. I'm not surprised Greensub was established as a mining town. Kryptonite. Haha, we can finally defeat Superman! Actually, if it's red kryptonite, it's not gonna make him weak or anything. Red kryptonite actually makes Superman evil. Haha, he will join us! I'm just so happy you like it. Am I remembering wrong, or did I gift you Caves of Cud? Well, makes him kind of evil because he's, he is the American Boy Scout, but the red crystal turns him angry. So it's the opposite of what he is. So, from good to evil, technically. Did you gift me Case of Cud? I know I gave a legit copy to Ubi, but I don't remember if I gifted it to you as well. I'm checking in my email, but I don't think you bought it for me. Hey, Mr. Eridan. Are we sure it doesn't just get him very drunk? That's in Superman 3 and that's green. It's not even kryptonite. Like a Ah, there. Received a gift copy of the Crimson Diamond. Nathan bought this game for me. But I'm not seeing anything of Case of Cut. I think I did buy it on my own. Certainly pointing towards that. Garnet mines, the interior is much cooler. They're grateful for the lender's light on the side of the foot. There are some remarkable specimens nearly within an arm's reach. Could Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards down this way? I hope not. Whee! You slip and fall into the distant, jagged depths of the mine. A slip of a girl. Too bad you're not the gumshoe you thought you were. Be more careful next time. Where am I going? Uh-oh. You aimlessly wander in the mine until the lantern goes out. Alone in the dark. Wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first. Or some step-by-step directions. You can see some indications of a path leading downwards into the darkness as well as to the east. Which way could it have gone if they even came this way at all? I have to be optimistic. I will find Mr. Richards. Whee! Well, it's gonna be like that, huh? The floor of the garnet mine is covered in dust and rock particles. That, plus the lack of wind and weather, has kept dozens of sets of shoe prints looking as fresh as the day they were made. The shoe prints still look very clear, but are covered in dust like everything else. Most of the shoe prints. Aha! Here are some pointy-toed size 14 men's dress shoe prints. Many impressions made by size 8 women's shoes. And size 12 men's boots. I recognize this tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. The 3 sets of shoes and prints are the freshest after all. Now I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. No fresh shoe prints heading up this path. Next, back to the main path. Weren't interested in the machinery, nor did they take this path descending to the south. They moved further east. Head east, deeper into the mine. Nothing but dusty miners' shoe prints down the southern path.
Go east, into the mine.
Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path. I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah, what was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards.
Game has autosaved.
Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no, the lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign your will, Evan.
Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge paws, Will? Then you wouldn't have had to come up with this dumb scheme.
If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway.
Nancy's on to you. You won't get away with this.
We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. It was Gabe I gave the other copy to. So I did buy it on my own. You arrive at an open, cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to a natural platform. It appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. This rockfall looks fresh too, and there's a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and east are blocked by rocks. This is a very dangerous area. There's a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with the rockfall. You see a large boulder, even taller than you, in the shadows nearby. You also see a table, a fire, and a wheelbarrow. Nessa is angrily waving a document in Mr. Richards' face. Mr. Richards' eyes widen when he sees you. He gestures his head to something to the right of him. What is he trying to get me to notice? Something on the table? Or maybe a lantern? An old table was left behind in the cavern. There are some crushed Jordan almond pieces on the tabletop. Corvus is keeping watch over the proceedings. You won't be able to do anything until you deal with them. Both you, I'm on observation duty 6 though. Thanks. And that was a great game, just like 7 is a great game. I should actually play the final levels of 7 at some point. You can clearly see Nessa's, Corvus's, and Mr. Richards' shoe prints here. No surprise, here they are. You also see tiny bits of rubble, medium-sized plain rocks, and a few giant boulders. Handful of Jordan almonds, colorful, unpalatable, and harder than most rocks you've studied. You start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. What was that? Nancy? Oh! Get her! Corvus ties you up. We have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. I don't know what's with my throat today. Hungry, brother dearest?
Goodbye, Nessa.
Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. She then stuffs the almonds in Evan's mouth. Nessa, what have you done? I should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Corvus takes the lantern and follows Nessa out of the cavern. You're left in darkness listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breaths. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. All you can do is wait in the darkness. It feels like an eternity, and then... Footsteps? I'm in here! Help! Nancy? Is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! To quote a certain movie, Nancy, remember all those things I told you about fair play and all that? Now's the time to forget about him. Nancy! Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get you out of here. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away and so did Nessa. I'm sorry I failed. The important thing is you're safe. Come along. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mountain Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and a saboteur who was rumored to be in this area. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Albert Respa. I mean, Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. The Sulaks! Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the Sulaks while setting up explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, let's go. Did I get the bad ending? Because I let the Richards die. Chapter 6 complete. Chapter 7 Conclusions. Well, the conclusion is that I fucked up and I need to load the game. Train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling around, all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert the authorities in Sault-Sainte-Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the Sulaks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look in his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one who you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well done. My thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. Thanks. Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? Great, we got more spammers. Been a while since we've seen a spammer. It got auto-modded. The message got auto-modded. But I banned that user right away. They were using words that get, you know, easily detected. There. I even removed the message because I don't need to see it. Obligatory butts are like mosquitoes, quote. We just come from the old abandoned garden mine. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who had been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Mr. Richards was killed, and the perpetrator Nessa Crab and her accomplice escaped. We'll be aggressively pursuing these fugitives. The charges against them are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal. Roger. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mountain Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I'll be told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight, and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course! There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago, and your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. And it feels years ago when you spoke to your boss and Professor Plummer. Oh, my boss, my field work! What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you're awake. We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. Ooh, showing some ankle there. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I'd better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep, if I wish. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch and theft? I would say no. I think Margot acted alone. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge? Albert. Respa. Right! Physiology and mineralogy books looked brand new because he'd never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise. That explains why he was examining the glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. What was Kimmy's true goal? Bird watching? After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy is just a keen bird watcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends. Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after the first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then, but I did see them shake hands. They respected each other. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about that. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt and the lodge that dissolve in water. I'm pretty sure that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. Nathan and Albert had a clandestine meeting in the moat house. Nathan had paid Albert for a meteorological report that concluded the lodge and lands didn't contain diamonds. Nathan wasn't concerned about the truth. He just wanted to protect Crimson from becoming a mining town again. And Nathan helped me and Jack try to rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He risked losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch after having snuck off the reservation. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards was lucky to have him. I'm just gonna type sleep. We'll do all this questionnaire once I try to get the good ending. You're exhausted and decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, it was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Marco was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. I liked Mr. Richards too. He was the quiet type like me. Sometimes people take that the wrong way. I didn't. Not with him. And he loved Crimson. I can see why. And Nancy, I'm very glad that I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? I was in the boathouse when you had your meeting with Albert. You were? Where? In one of the canoes, but never mind that. I saw and heard you buy a phony meteorological report from Albert. I feel like you had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind, but could you please explain that to me? Of course. I did that because I had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind and mine as well. Yes, I did pay Albert to write a meteorological report that stated there were no diamonds on the lands around the lodge. That would make the land worthless to Nessa and she would stop bothering Evan and go home. Albert seemed to be not who he said he was. I've met mineralogists. He was no mineralogist. I had a funny feeling about him too. He was perfectly willing to prepare the document to say what I wanted for a price. I still have it, with Albert's signature and official seal. I plan on mailing it to the federal government that we can be free of these troubles once and for all. You weren't the only one who paid Albert to prepare a false meteorological report, Nathan. What? Nessa and Albert met in the gazebo early last night. I saw Nessa hand him a manila envelope. Albert told her its contents would make her rich beyond her wildest dreams. I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Nathan and Jack exchanged meaningful looks. I mean, I didn't really find any evidence of the presence of diamonds here. Oh, well, why don't we leave it at that? Nancy, we know that your field work here is very important to you. And we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask that you think about what that news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too. And so did Margot and Mr. Richards. What'll happen now? That'll partially depend on you, Nancy. You all pile into Nathan's automobile. You're touched that Kimmy will make the long, arduous trip to see you off. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again. Repaired? Enough? You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Okay, Nancy. The train's gonna leave soon. Be well. Oh, but what about you, Kimmy? I've talked it over with Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds. And the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing color. I promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep. That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Yeah, bye, Nancy.
Now go on. The train's not gonna wait forever.
Right.
And this is how you wave. You stare out the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Type yes or no to receive helpful notes about missed info or not. Can I type in load? Nancy to the rescue! Okay, let's think. So we need to get rid of Corvus somehow. And he's nodding towards the almonds on the table. What do we have in our inventory that we could use? We got a bullet. We could throw that into the fire. We got the fragments of the Jordan almonds. Got a hammer, got a trowel, got the ice pick. We could throw the plate like a frisbee. Yeah, I was thinking of that too. Throw bullet in fire. Nope. That's not the answer. Just gotta skip everything until I can say no or load. Can I just say hide? There's no, it's in the time for hiding, it's time to act. I mean, as soon as we take some action, we're gonna get revealed. It has to be something subtle. I can't go back that way, the lantern is out. Damn it! Ah, I can do it here. Good. Blah, 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 blah. So we cannot shoot the bullet. We do still have the blasting cap. Oh, it's empty. Right. May I suggest something? Go ahead. If you have an idea, I'm open for ideas. Well, the blasting cap tin is empty. So there is no blasting cap in there, but getting the gunpowder. Open bullet with... But those are not the pliers, they're cutters. And hey, Best. Or they fill the compactor with the soot. Yeah, they're wire cutters for the for this spool of wire. But they do look like freaking pliers in this picture, not cutters. Nissan Corvus must have brought this lantern and used it to light the fire. Now that the lantern Jack lent to me has burned oil, this lantern is the only ticket out of here. While the fire is a welcome source of light, its flickering and long shadows it casts lends an air of menace to the scene. The wheelbarrow has a broken handle that is filled with huge heavy rocks. The front brace still looks intact, but its wheelbarrow isn't going anywhere. Is there any situation where an immobile wheelbarrow could be useful? This big boulder would be an ideal hiding spot from which to try distracting Corvus. That's what I was thinking. Hide behind the boulder? There we go. This is a pretty good place to conceal myself should Corvus happen to turn his head. That's what we needed to do first. Concealing was correct. Just needed to be behind this. Push boulder? The boulder is gigantic. There's no way you could move it. Throw bullet in fire. You don't think that would be a good idea? I mean, it could hit anybody. Throw almonds at Corvus. Throw almonds at fire. Throw bullet at wheelbarrow. What's this emote goal? It means that if I get to 65 subscriber points, I get new emote slots. There are some large rocks on the ground here. You wonder if they were always in their current positions or if they fell and rolled from elsewhere. Can we get a stone? You pick up a plain rock from the floor. Ah. Find a way to distract Corvus. Throw rock in mine. Yep, they do. Gift subs do count. You don't think that would be a good idea? Throw stone at wheelbarrow. Throw stone at stalactite. Throw stone at beam. Throw rock at Corvus. You aren't confident enough in your throwing range and accuracy to attempt that. That's what I tried. Throw stone at passage. Ah, you throw the plain rock down the passage. I worded it wrong. What was that? Someone coming from the middle passage? I thought I heard something too. I'll take a look. And he's trapped. Well, that's Corvus dead. Corvus! What have you done, you oaf? Either Corvus is inaudible behind the pile of rubble or unable to reply. Eek, I didn't expect that to happen. I just wanted to create a distraction. Corvus? Let's see if I can free Mr. Richards while Nessa's preoccupied. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her until Jack arrives with the help. You'd better be thinking as hard as I am, Corvus. You always mess things up. Nessa continues to paw ineffectually through the rubble while chastising Corvus. Corvus be dead, yo. I think this kind of a situation, but again, would be sobering you up very quickly. Nancy? What are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit, do you? When I get over there, you'll wish you'd never meddled. Cut. I've got you, dearie. Nessa pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. Nessa ties you up tightly with a length of rope and sits you down beside her brother. Well, that was easy. Nessa turns menacingly towards her brother. And now to take care of you! Well, this is a different kind of a bad ending. Goodbye, Miss Maple. I enjoyed slowly starving to death. And we still get the same ending, yeah. Load. Corvus be dead, yo. Cut rope with cutters. Oh, wait. With the cutters. Untie Evan. Nancy? There we go. I'm glad that you're waiting. You frantically try to untie Mr. Richards' bonds, but you fail. Come on, get over there. I got the bad ending. I'm trying to get the good ending. Using the wire cutters, you start cutting the ropes that are binding Mr. Richards, and apparently we went under the table. But the hempen rope is tough and you don't make much progress when Nessa notices you. So the wire cutters are not good enough, huh? I'm gonna try to save as soon as possible here. Maybe the almonds will work, or maybe the crystal or something. Who knows? You lack the materials to make a torch, and simply carrying around a flaming log is out of the question. Damn it. Stop! Come any closer, and I'll throw this lantern over the edge. You got it. It was the lantern. You need the light just as much as we do. Now, no one can leave this cavern without it. Jack will be along shortly. It's over, Nessa. Yeah. Look at that picture. Woo! She angry. You can try getting away, but my dear little brother certainly can't. Don't come any closer. Stay where you are. You're trying to tell me what to do? How dare you? Why did you ever set foot in Crimson? Why? If it hadn't been for you and your meddling dog. Nessa is so overwrought she can barely speak. Nessa stamps her foot angrily. Aw, our little Karen is having a temper tantrum. Boo. Hey, sweet. You're ruining everything.
Oh, the baby's coming!
So sad. Oh, she's stomping hard. All about my planning, all that I've done, undone by you meddlesome slip of a girl. Nessa, be careful. Don't tell me what to do. How dare you? Nessa pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. You'll never leave me here alive. Watch out! I said don't tell me what to do! Oh no! And rock. Rock? Boulder? The whole mine gives a great shudder and part of the floor gives away. Ooh, she's gonna fall to her death. Bye-bye, Nessa. Bye-bye. Or should I say, can you fly, Nessa? Nancy! Nessa clings desperately to the edge of a now yawning chasm, which has already swallowed her knife. Ah! Nessa? You will never get ahead in the real world. You're too soft. Ah, Nessa! You wretched girl, always ruining everything. Well, now we have that choice. Do we save her or not? She's the head of the navigator. Oh, Nessa, do be quiet for once. Nessa gasps for breath, recovering from her near-death experience. Huh. You're stronger than you look. Thanks. I wonder if I could safely secure Nessa. I need to do something before I start standing up, or else she might run off. Tie Nessa with wire. The huge reel of wire is far too cumbersome to use in this moment. You need something smaller and faster to deploy. Yep. There's some other text that I didn't read. Tie Nessa with wire. I want to see if we get the same text. Uh-oh, I'm not sure if I have what I need to do this. Maybe I gotta take something from the lodge before leaving. Really? I can't tie her up because I missed out on a fucking item? Tie Nessa with tape. Kick Nessa. You wouldn't hurt a fly. Let's see if there is something about this in the hint book. It's not the frayed ropes. It's something much dumber that nobody would have ever thought. It's one of those that once you played the game through many times and you still are missing something. And you needed something for this moment and you would have never, ever thought of it. I would have to go back so fucking much to get this item. No, it's not the rope. Hey, Lisa. It's something much dumber. Something so much dumber than that. Not bed sheets. As we need to tie her up. We need to keep her in place in some way. It's the fucking padlock from the blue trunk. Apparently, we can use the padlock like a handcuff and tie her to the wheelbarrow. That is the dumbest puzzle in this game. If there is one that I can say, one huge flaw in this game, it's this. Oh, this game is otherwise incredible, sweet. It's just this moment, this ending is so fucking dumb. This is the biggest minus I can give to this game, is this moment. Because never would have I ever thought of getting the padlock. Because why would you get it? You don't even know that you can get it. I mean, padlocks are removable locks. But still. And the place where I could get it is in chapter 5. And this is chapter 7. Or chapter 6, but still. I think that would be like over half an hour of gameplay. To get that padlock and get this to get the best ending. I still think this is going to be a good ending, even if she escapes, because we have saved Richard, right? Let's see this ending anyway. I mean, we're here. Save Nessa. Save Nessa. Turntables on Nessa. Turntables on Nessa. Save Nessa. Save Nessa. Try to secure Nessa before you stand up. Well, I can't, so stand. You make a move to get up, but Nessa beats you to it. Your legs are still a bit shaky. As Nessa steps over you, she glances over at you and mutters something. You can't discern what she says. I'm not waiting around for your friends to get here. I'm taking this lantern, and I'm leaving. Good. Never come back. You start moving to follow Nessa, but Mr. Richards calls out to you. Hey, let her go, Nancy. Don't leave me here alone. Okay, I won't. Eek! Do you think that caving got her? It doesn't matter. We're safe for now. Right. It could be that Nessa didn't survive after all. You managed to untie Mr. Richards now that you have all the time in the world. Thanks, Nessie. You and Mr. Richards wait quietly in the cavern. You're too spent to think of anything much to say. The only light now is the fire, and you have no way to bring it along with you. There isn't anything here to fashion an improvised torch either. All you can do is wait and hope. Sometimes the cavern shakes and quakes, and you wonder if you'll die without even knowing it. Eventually, you hear voices and footfalls. We're in here! Help! Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy! Oh, Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. At least now we got heroic music instead of sad music. So there's a semi-good ending. Working together, you eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. He didn't die. He's a bit worse for wear, but has only minor injuries. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus, just in case. Did you see Nessa leaving or pinned under rubble? No, not at all. Didn't hear anything either. It could be that she's trapped somewhere in the mine, there's no way of knowing. Or she could have gotten away. You can't think which you'd prefer, actually. Let's get out of here. Good idea. Ranger Burdock leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. And actually a forest ranger, a member of the Northwest Mounted Police, who had been on the German spy Saboteur, who was rumored to be in this area, believed responsible for blowing on the bridge west of Crimson. Albert Respa, Carl Isle. A man known as Carl Leffler, you revealed him, Nancy, well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be, the Sulaks. Right again, as you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl, a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended as Sulaks while setting up explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, let's go. Take your time, everybody. Take your time. At least it's not like Chapter 2. That would have been a Sierra way. That you missed out on an island at the beginning of the game. Now you cannot get the good ending. The train station is a flurry activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. Or ending at all, yeah, with CRA, there would be a soft lock at some point. I'm gonna head to B and do me some reading. Okay, have a good B. Ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Burdock with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert the authorities in Sault Ste. Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the Sulaks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps. Not to mention a 90mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Karl Leffler, aka Albert Resbach, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Burdock. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. Thanks? Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. No, I don't mind at all, as long as things have worked out for the best. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. Mr. Richards here was kidnapped by his sister, but these folks were able to rescue him. Fortunately, we managed to stop things from going too far, but the sister, Nessa Crab, is missing. We did arrest her accomplice, Mr. Corvus Shaw. I'm confident we'll apprehend Mrs. Crab. The charges against her are serious. We'll use every source at her disposal. Roger. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight. and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can't wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course. There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Is this the part where RoboCop teaches us how to make fish tacos? What? I can hope. Nathan drives you, Jack, and Evan back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago, and your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago, and it feels years ago, like when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Ah, my boss! My field work! What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even a bumpy road can rouse you. That's it. You awake? We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible lest you wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. What I am going to do is get a drink because my mouth is so dry from all this reading. I'm right back. So did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? Yes. Yes, I suspect someone helped Margot hide the ruby brooch effectively. Who was the accomplice for the ruby brooch theft? Jack. I'm quite sure I'm right about that. Jack and Margot were thick as thieves. Literally. Where was the ruby brooch hidden? Well, I didn't end up finding it, so that's something I'll have to ask Jack about that tomorrow morning. Now, about the curio cabinet. Who stole the pair of antique silver steins? Margot. Margot's fingerprint was on the only one I lifted from the smashed curio cabinet. Plus, she admitted to taking the antique silver wedding steins. That's all pretty clear cut. But she mentioned having help. Who helped with the steins? Sure, it was Jack. Not sure I got that right, but that's my best guess. Yeah, we never really figured out the thefts at all. I didn't even search around for the brooch and steins. I guess, well, that is definitely something that I missed out on then. But that's the replayability of the game. Albert Wesker. Geology mineralogy books looked brand new because he'd never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise. That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. Yeah, but I never did go check it, Bannigan. That's the problem. I never even went to get the brooch. After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy's just a keen bird watcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious when you're looking for suspicious activity. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Carden friends or enemies? Friends. Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they were similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after the first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then, but I did see them shake hands. They respect each other. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talk about that. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt at the lodge that didn't dissolve in water. I'm pretty sure that that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. Nathan and Albert had a clandestine meeting in the boathouse. Nathan had paid Albert for a mineralogical report that concluded the lodge and lands didn't contain diamonds. Nathan wasn't concerned about the truth. He just wanted to protect Crimson from becoming a mining town again. And Nathan helped me and Jack rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He risked losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch after having snuck off the reservation. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Diamonds? It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. I did see Nathan and Jack gathering something shiny from the riverbank, and I recovered this odd salt sample that it didn't dissolve in water. These could be diamonds. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? Salt. I did recover these clear crystals from the bag of rock salt. If these really are diamonds, the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse would have been the perfect hiding place. Who would guess? Were Margot and Jack having an affair? Nothing really indicates of them having an affair. They were just accomplices, in some ways. I'm not sure. But that's what it leans towards to. My gut tells me that they were just friends, but I can't say for sure. I heard them in Margot's boudoir the first night I was at the lodge. It sounded like they were up to something suggestive. But who knows? I prefer to assume the best of people. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? I think it's the almonds, because he's allergic to them. I have a feeling the Jordan almonds figure into this somehow, but why? No matter, I can't have all the answers. You're exhausted and decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. We got almost all of them correct. Just didn't know where the brooch and steins were, because I never even tried to look for them. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table digging into a hearty breakfast. You join it. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Mr. Richards is slumped in front of his plate, eyes downcast. Jack, you helped Marco steal Nessa's ruby brooch, didn't you? Well, I didn't help her steal it. I helped her hide it. I think we were all sick of Nessa's shenanigans. How did you know? I just had a hunch. Margot trusted you. She knew you could keep her secrets. Yeah, it was me. I hid the brooch up there in the closet after Nessa and Corvus had ransacked it, after Margot died. I figured it was the last place they'd check if they ever came back to the lodge to take another look. I would have kept it on me, except we were heading to the mine last night to go find Mr. Richards. Who knows what could have happened. I didn't want to get caught with the brooch and charged with theft. Her secrets. Did you hear us in her boudoir that first night? You flush a bit. Yes, I did. That must have sounded odd. But we were just friends, I swear. Oh, you mean Margot Salverson treatment? You knew about that? Sure did. Jack helped her with that every night. I couldn't. Too squeamish. The injections were very painful for her. I couldn't stand to do them. Well, that makes me feel better about that. Margot knew Vanessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity has a lock, but she suspected that it wasn't secure. In fact, she suspected it had been tampered with already. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a bit, but when we were fixing to head to the garden mine, I didn't want to bring it with me. And so I nipped upstairs to her giant closet and pinned it to the underside of one of her hats, up on one of those mannequin heads. So that was the reason why she looked out under the hats when I was looking at them. I mean, the first time when I was looking at the hats, she had picked them down and looked underneath them for some reason. I found that a little bit weird, but there's the reason why. I figured should Nessa and Corvus return to the lodge, the last place they'd look is somewhere when they'd already searched. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards. Yeah? I can see why you love Crimson so much. I love it too. Oh, that's real nice. Thanks, Kimmy. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? I was in the boathouse when you had your meeting with Albert. You were? Where? In one of the canoes, but never mind that. I saw and heard you buy a phony mineralogical report from Albert. I feel like you had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind, but could you please explain that to me? Of course. I did that because I had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind, and mine as well. What's this all about? I didn't want to trouble you, Evan. Yes, I did pay Albert to write a mineralogical report that stated there were no diamonds on the lands around the lodge. That would make the land worthless to Nessa, and she would stop bothering Evan and go home. Albert seemed to be not who he said he was. I've met mineralogists. He was no mineralogist. I had a funny feeling about him too. He was perfectly willing to prepare the document to say what I wanted for a price. I still have it, with Albert's signature and official seal. With Evan's permission, I plan on mailing it to the federal government. We can be free of these troubles once and for all. Yeah, let's do it. You weren't the only one who paid Albert to prepare a false mineralogical report, Nathan. What? Nessa and Albert met in the gazebo early last night. I saw Nessa hand him a manila envelope. Albert told her its contents would make her rich beyond her wildest dreams. I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Mr. Richards, Nathan, and Jack exchanged meaningful looks. I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. I think Jack hides the little diamonds in the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse. I grabbed a handful of salt and dissolved it in water. Some of the crystals didn't dissolve.
Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we gotta go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Emmett used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Yeah, but it wore my back down, so it's now up to Jack and Nat. Fortunately for us, and not many people were around, it was a difficult secret to keep even then. Yeah, until the fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck of fishermen caught it. Nothing but trouble that was.
My goodness. I see.
Nancy, we know that your field work is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what that news could mean for Crimson. We'll like it how it is now.
I do too.
Me too, and so did Margot.
What'll happen now?
That'll partially depend on you, Nancy.
Why did I think this game was over? Well, it almost is.
You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there isn't enough room in the four-seater.
You says he'd like some time alone anyway. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and then turns away.
As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look.
I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything.
You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you may manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again.
Repaired? Enough?
You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Okay, Nancy, the train's gonna leave soon. Be well.
Oh, but what about you, Kimmy?
I've talked it over with Evan and Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds, and the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing color. I promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep.
That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city.
Good luck, Nancy.
I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. I'll miss all of you. Thanks for letting me stay with you, and please thank Mr. Richards too.
We'll let him know. You were made of pretty tough stuff, Nancy. Jack's been telling me how brave you were down in the mine. We're grateful for all you've done here. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on, the train's not gonna wait forever.
Right.
Hey, Lord John. Everybody wave. You stare out the train window. It's a clear, good morning. Crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts? Yes or no? I will say no. You feel confident and satisfied with all you've done in Crimson. You watch the landscape whiz by and drift off into a contented sleep. Ranger Murdoch meets you at the Union Station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch! Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest?
No thanks. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go.
Right.
Follow me. You look over at the wanted posters on the bulletin board and see a familiar face. I wonder if it's Margot. There's Bulbasnoot. The face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry, and the name is different too. The Margot you knew was at peace, kind, and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. The poster lists her offenses as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Nancy? Sorry, I just lost it thought. Ah yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near flawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes, if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all sorts of trumped up charges. Does she look familiar to you? No, I don't recognize her. I guess Gabriel's not around to boop the snoot. Oh, there he is. Boop! Why is she lying about a dead woman? Because they don't need to know. I mean, Margot may be dead, but at least she had peace. So, just give it to her. They don't need to know that she's never gonna be found. She was in a good place, having a good life. Until Nessa came around and ended that good life. Very well, let's begin. Suddenly, the door bursts open to reveal your boss, Professor Plummer. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I'd heard the train had come in. Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview. My apologies, I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in Crimson? I must know. Yes or no? I guess it's tell Professor Plummer yes or no regarding if there are diamonds in Crimson, Ontario. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. I managed to obtain some good samples, though. And I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. It just won't be very exciting. Ah, I'm sorry to hear it, Nazi. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready, and I'll help you with your report. Thanks so much, Professor Plummer. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course. Thank you, I appreciate it. Nessa Crab is wanted in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty, but it was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene at the jetty? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? Are there multiple points to make? We'll discuss them separately. One-word answers will suffice. Shoe print. Actually, I only found Corvus's size and 14 shoe prints on the jetty. Nessa didn't happen to step on the spilled whiskey. Fingerprint. I found Nessa's fingerprint on the shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It was made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from a carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty, during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done, Nancy. Our investigators found that broken decanter and came to the similar conclusion. Did you find anything in areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping, yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? Hair. I recovered these hairs from the woods north of the jetty. I'm pretty confident they belong to Nessa. You had the long gray-brown hairs over to Ranger Murdoch. Wow, our investigators didn't find any hairs. I'll send someone over to take another look. The bulbs of these hairs are intact. That means they needed to be ripped from the scalp with some force. That definitely implies she was part of a struggle in that area. I'm going to have to keep these hairs, Nancy. Of course. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty, yes or no? Yes. Shoe print. I found Nessa's shoe prints in the wooded area near the jetty. How do you know that the shoe prints belong to Nessa? I looked at the shoe sizes of everyone at the lodge. She's the only one who wears that size and style of shoe. That's some good detective work. I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet mine. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in the areas other than the jetty, yes or no? Yes. Almonds. I found these Jordan almond fragments on the table in the smokehouse. I managed to recover Nessa's fingerprint from one of the candied shells. This is fantastic, Nancy. You placed Nessa in that smokehouse. May I have those? Of course. You give the Jordan almond fragments to Ranger Murdoch. I think that's all the information I have about Nessa and the areas around the jetty. Okay, let's move on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the Garnet mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory regarding his unlawful confinement, yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. There were the fabric. Yes. The symbol? Did you find any other possible evidence to support our theory regarding Evan's unlawful confinement? The scuff marks? Other shoe print? Because Corvus? Yes, I found rope fibers. That's it's fibers. That's the word I was looking for. On the floor of the smokehouse. I believe he was tied up and then taken away later. Yes, Mr. Richards has said as much. All the evidence we can gather will help us build a case against Nessa. How did you figure out that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet mine? If you're not sure, you can just say no or pass. Symbol. Mr. Richards had used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookies to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border. Red? The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called hallongrotta in Swedish. Hallongrotta means raspberry cave in English. And a raspberry cave could be a garden mine? Exactly! Mr. Richards was talking about the Garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. He said they'd been deserted for years. It was the perfect place for them to hide him. Mr. Richards told us that Nessa was attempting to intimidate him into signing a forged copy of his own will. Do you have any knowledge that might back up his claim? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
I mean, he requires hard evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't think I actually have any helpful information concerning that.
That's okay, Nancy. I appreciate your efforts. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping. Do you have any evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes?
Yes, I do.
What evidence did you find? Please state one article at a time.
I found Corvus's shoe prints on the jetty in the woods leading away from the jetty and leading into the smokehouse. The shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey and they were still wet. That suggests to me that he was either present during the abduction of Mr. Richards or soon after. Considering the scuff marks I saw at the jetty, Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force.
That's terrific work, Nancy. Our investigators didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got here. Or there. But now that we know they're there, perhaps some forensic processes will help reveal them.
I think Corvus's movements during that time are pretty clear.
Very thorough of you. Every bit helps. Do you have anything else to share that could help connect Corvus to the crimes perpetrated on Mr. Richards? Fingerprints. Nope, no fingerprints. I mean, they were both at the mine. Doesn't that connect them? We don't have a lamp. If you've forgotten, Nessa took the lamp and probably then died. Any other evidence that could connect? Oh yeah. Yes. The button. I found this metal button which I recovered from outside the smokehouse. I observed Corvus wearing a striped vest with this exact type of button that were that the very same night. If you examine Corvus's clothing, I'm sure you'll find that one of the buttons is missing on one of his vests. We did indeed make note of a missing button, and now we know what happened to it. This is very good piece of evidence, Nancy. May I have it?
Of course. I think that's all the information I have about connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards.
Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help us build that case? Yes or no? What proof do you have that Corvus intended on engaging in fraud? One-word answers will suffice.
Okay.
What did I have?
Do I have anything for this?
Conversation is not an option. We need a hard evidence, as in an item. Feel like I missed so many items in the first 3 or 4 chapters. After that, everything was kudos to you, but like the first 3 chapters definitely was subpar detective work. Gonna see the hint book. Ah, there was something that I missed. No.
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. What about Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of his sabotage attempt at Sue Locks, so that's an open and shut case. But we suspect this man is involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute the other criminal activities to him? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Please continue. What have you discovered? Luggage?
I have suspicions about what happened to my luggage on the train ride, but nothing more. I wonder if I missed something. I think Carl may have disposed of my luggage on the train to Crimson, but I don't have anything concrete.
No worries, Nancy. If there's something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so, or say no, and I'll ask about something else.
Bridge. I think Carl sabotaged the train bridge. On the same strip of telegraph tape that revealed Albert's real name and the next target for sabotage, it said, "Well done in Crimson." I found a stick of dynamite under his bed. I think it rolled there when he was packing to hurriedly leave the lodge. On the way to the lodge on that first night in Crimson, Jack commented on how heavy Carl's set of luggage was. I bet most of Carl's luggage was dedicated to hauling explosive equipment, dynamite and blasting caps. In fact, I found a tin of plastic caps that Carl left in the lodge, as well as a bullet. He was definitely up to no good.
Outstanding. Very well done.
Gee, thanks. Carl's fingerprint is on this tin of plastic caps. He definitely handled them.
Excellent work, Nancy. May I have the tin? It's very compelling evidence.
Of course. Here you go. Carl knew to store the dynamite separately from the blasting caps. He probably had training with explosives or at least some prior knowledge.
Well, you've come to the wrong place then, Jesse, because this is a text adventure game and I am speaking all the lines here, so I'll be talking a lot.
And I'm almost certain that if rangers search the immediate area around the bridge, they will find discarded luggage, possibly part of the same set with explosives residue inside.
This is very helpful information. We originally suspected Leffler of the bridge sabotage, but hadn't thought to search for luggage that matches the set he was carrying when he arrested him at the Sulaks. I'm sorry to hear that you have a headache, though. But really, bad moment for coming here. Hopefully the headache goes away soon. Like, really soon. That will be a very compelling connection to make should we find such an item. Speaking of items, do you happen to have this telegraph tape?
I do. Here you go.
You give the telegraph tape to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. Do you have the bullet you discovered?
Absolutely. Here it is.
You hand the bullet to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so, or say no, and I'll ask about something else.
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. I think that just about wraps everything up, Nancy. You've been helpful, Nancy. I appreciate everything you've shared with me today. You got a keen eye and an even keener mind. Well done.
Oh, gee. I'm happy to help.
Good night, Nancy.
Good night.
You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details. Such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plumber proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass. Soon you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert on the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, and rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day. There you are, Nancy.
Kitty cat!
On the left. On the shelf. On the bottom.
Kitty cat!
I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. Extra, extra! Canada's Most Wanted! You start reading the newspaper. The largest article is about Nessa Crab. She's considered a fugitive and wanted in connection to her brother's kidnapping and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is being charged for his role in Evan's kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, and not even in the smallest news item. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert Carl's attempted sabotage at Sulaks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded? You shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper and nothing else catches your eye.
That's a relief, I suppose.
Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
Yes, sir.
You start the long walk home. You're relieved that the Crimson won't become an open pit mine, and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy.
Hi, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved for you, kept it nice and warm on the stove.
Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving.
Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up.
I'll be down in a minute. Or a bit.
Okay, lass. Take your time.
Oh, hi, Roberta. Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the other lodgers. I wonder how many people noticed that was Roberta Williams. I mean, Mrs. Williams, but you can tell from the look that's Roberta. I mean, it looked exactly like her. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted, and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy! You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. I know. 17 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You performed satisfactorily during your interview with the ranger, but you could have been more helpful. I know, we didn't even do anything about the Margot murder. You scored 13 out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch. You could have done better in your investigation and reporting of Margot's death, but you did your best. 0 out of 8. Yep. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Vespa, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sulaks, espionage, fraud, theft, and litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death, 12 years later, of a heart attack. The Sulaks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this, the vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth War efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evans' kidnapping. He was disbarred and served 3 years in a medium security prison. He became hardened by his prison experiences and fell in with the wrong crowds. Corvus spent the rest of his years in and out of correctional facilities for various white-collar crimes. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's had rested where she was loved. Kimmy Kishiro stayed at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit the Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorants' nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continued to take care of it, after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crab was never seen again. It could be that she never made it out of the mine, or that she kept a low profile after her escape. Because of the relatively minor nature of her criminal charges, kidnapping and attempted fraud, she wasn't considered a priority to apprehend, and a full-scale woman hunt was never conducted by the authorities. It rankles you that she got away with at least one murder. You find yourself looking over your shoulder often and still see her vengeful, fire-lit face in your nightmares. Evan Richards lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge, but he always feared that Nessa was lurking in the woods and staring into the windows at night seeking revenge. He kept all the curtains firmly shut, rarely went outside, and drank a lot to cope. Upon his death, Evan was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. You wish you could have done more to help him. You have many sleepless nights over the fact that not only did Nessa get away, but also you weren't able to prove she murdered Margot. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your field work in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings were revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempts at the Sulak. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thanks for playing! Great game. This was a great game. I am definitely gonna be playing this on my own to try to get everything done. 100%. I need to find that brooch, the steins, and many other things. Hey, Pushing Up Roses! Cool! I know Pushing Up Roses. I used to watch her videos on YouTube. She's a big fan of like these old school adventure games. And have the padlock, yes. That especially. I think the only reason why we got 0 points in Margot's murder is because we weren't able to apprehend Nessa. Jarno Mielikäinen. Finnish name. Mike. Just Mike. Pekka Timonen, another Raimo Peterson, another 2 Finnish names. I'm just looking at all kinds of familiar names or Finnish names. Special thanks. Fido Cat. There we go.